Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the stream. So now that the semifinals week has just concluded, we're about to begin the Maple showcase for the finals round. I am Jinjin, your Maple commentator for today, and I have here with me, joined by Surf Chu. How is it going, Surf?
Hello. Well, it's an honor to be with one of the legendary Osimania players
Oh my god.
in this Maple showcase for the first of the two finals weeks we have. Well,
Yeah.
how was everything? Like, how was all the matches that you watched while I was here on the commentary booth with the rest of the team as well?
Yeah, we had quite a lot of banger matches for the semifinals, and I can't wait for the finals too next week. So yeah, we've seen a gradual build-up in the difficulty of the map pool so far, and we've already had some pretty tough-looking maps already in the semifinals. But we're not over yet because the finals map pool this year is also looking quite formidable. So without further ado, let's get right into the first map of the finals round, which is going to be our Rice Speed pick, Mitsuyoshi Takenobu no Ototo, Koakuma no Yuenchi, a map by PWHK. This is a famous song from BMS, which has a lot of BPM changes, but it's going to be used as a speed pick in this particular case, starting with with these delay streams that reach over 500 BPM at times.
Well, what I did notice from watching these pools really is it's basically the step up really from the semifinals pool. Like this kind of abuses more really the amount of, let's say, I guess, like basically the amount of stairs you need to deal with. Like there are some broken stairs as you see here, which I think is already categorized as something like delay streams.
Yeah, these are delay streams, all right. And they're also, if you look at the snaps, they're all kind of different. And you just saw there was a pretty big trill there at the right hand for the piano. And that might trip a lot of players up.
I did notice though that it's the only trill section as well, so there might be some players that will be putting up mirror on this just for that trill.
Yeah, that's also completely possible. So here we get into a bit of a speed up section, and we're going into another part of that delay stream. Yeah, pretty fast.
Yeah, you did put in the notes like some parts also go like 420 BPM, so they're gonna be blazing on their keyboards as well.
Yep, that's true. And yeah, I like playing through the finals map pool. It's really hard to get like scores above 900k, at least for me. Many players might do a lot better than me, of course, but yeah, this part is now we're reaching the ending, and this part's quite hard too because the speed up just keeps happening, and you see all these different snaps here, and that basically concludes the map. So this is a pretty short pick all around, so it's also quite risky, I guess I'd say.
Now up for the next pick is one of those things that we kind of need to shut up because
It is going to be
an OC original song by Level 4 featuring Yui Keba, Sentimental Surge, which is the primary density chord stream pick in this pool. So without further ado, we'll be shutting up for a sec. Here you go.
センチメンタルサイたとえ心が壊れてもたとえ体をなくしても変わり続けないのそれはあなたを思う気持ち 押し寄せる感情の波の中で私は探し続ける。深い青の奥に沈むあなたの姿を。センチメンタルサイズ。たとえ心が壊れても、たとえ体をなくしても変わり続けないもの、それはあなたを思う気持ち。押し寄せる感情の波の中で私は探し続ける。深い青の奥に沈むあなたの姿を。センチメンタルサイズ。センチメンタルサイズ。たとえ心が壊れても、たとえ体をなくしても。
And that's the second of the OSU original songs composed for this Osumania 7K World Cup. Also, just worth to mention, I mean, somebody told me that this might not be the only level 4 song that will be composed for this season of World Cups. Who knows? But anyways, let's talk about the chart for a sec.
Yeah, so this chart, as you've seen, it's just 190 BPM dense chord streams, and as you see, the length is quite long at 4 minutes and 12 seconds. So this is one of the longest maps in this pool, besides the tiebreaker. And so yeah, it's probably going to be testing a lot of that consistency and stamina aspects for the players.
Right now, moving on to the next pick, which will be our first LN pick that will be shown in this map pool showcase. We have Yari's Akari has arrived. Unfortunately, I forgot the actual Japanese name of this song, but anyways, considering that this is LN release, we're going to be seeing lots of wacky stuff all over. And not to mention, this is quite a step up from Lake Valor as well from semifinals. Obviously, you have the faster BPM, quite a step up on the density as well.
Yep, and I mean, the star rating does say that it is a 10-star map, but actually, personally, I think Technically speaking, this is going to be one of the easiest charts, one of the easiest long note charts that is for the pool. But since it's the release pick, it's just going to be harder to get a good accuracy.
Yeah, and that's also considering the OD as well. Despite Ellen picks being set on the more forgiving ODs, obviously this is an OD6. Like the releases here are quite harsh, so everybody has to be super careful of that. This isn't like your usual Ellen densities where everything is super consistent. Like you see some super irregular releases here that are just so trippy to pull up. And also, what is that one-handed Ellen bracket?
Oh yeah, that LM bracket is actually kind of comfortable to hit because this song is only 136 BPM, so this part is actually surprisingly quite easy. And as you can see here, our player Lightning Chicken is doing pretty well, continuing to get that combo going up.
Also a fairly long pick as well compared to Lake Valor last weekend. So like just barely touching 3 minutes. So lots of endurance really needed for these kinds of picks. People just really need to hold on to these long notes, both figuratively and literally.
Yeah, all those different releases, and I mean, if you look at it with the default skin, it does look really intimidating. But honestly speaking, this is going to be quite easy for some players to, in terms of the technical aspects. And this part's actually quite fun, but it does have all those different starey kind of releases and stuff.
It does look like, if you read it carefully, it looks like you're doing a reverting stare where the anchor, you just need to hold on to it just a tad bit more, and here we go, some more faster reverting. Ooh, that's a beautiful transition.
So yeah, we're reaching almost the end of the map, and we're basically rehashing the same intro that we had at the beginning of the map, and here is the end with some different release stuff.
Absolutely beautiful. Also,
Beautiful
those ending
indeed.
notes are kind of evil. Please don't forget about them.
Yeah. Was that an FC? I think that might have been an FC. Or an ET Lightning Chicken. But anyways, that's the end of our third map. Our next map is going to be our hybrid one, our generic hybrid pick. This is Zevol by Paul Kappa. This is going to be an Mania World Cup edit version. And so yeah, pretty standard kind of dense chord stream like patterns with a bit of long note density mixed in here and there.
I just got reminded that this is a composer of Zephyr as well. Like, I usually call Tash the Zephyr man, quote unquote. Shoutouts to Entozer for giving me that idea to call Tash that. But anyways, like, this thing is pretty straightforward for considering a lot of the hybrid picks that we've been seeing this entire World Cup.
Yeah, and this is actually somewhat rice oriented, I guess, if I can say, because these chord streams are actually quite dense, coming in at 185 dense chord streams, which is slightly lower than the one you saw for Sentimental Surge, which was 190 BPM. So this is the rice difficulty here is going to be a bit easier than the ones that you see in a pure rice pick, but you do see those rice and long note transitions here and there, and we have a bit of inverse section here too that might trip up some players.
Yeah, and as far as your notes do mention, there is also some quite the anchors here, as you see, column 6 and column 7, and it will transition as well to column 1, column 2. Basically, these chord streams, just like, you have to be super careful. Like, just make sure that you are able to filter out those anchors for your reading.
Yep, and this ending section is actually quite difficult in terms of that bracket usage. So that chord stream is worth something looking at. And yeah, and we get into another one of these long note sections. Our replayer, Blocko, the ET's ET in the universe, is doing pretty well, maintaining a good accuracy. up to the ending, which is pretty straightforward.
Now, up next is quite a familiar song to everyone, which is Freedom Dive, but this is a cut version and metal. There's a full-on metal arrangement of Freedom Dive. This clocks it at 211.11 BPM, which is 11 BPM slower than the original arrangement. Parents here are quite comfortable considering that this is the quote-unquote lighter of the two chord scene picks in the spool, but considering the speed, I doubt this is like, I doubt you could even call this less dense than the other chord, than the original song chord scheme that we had earlier.
Yeah, it's definitely the patterns are definitely much more comfortable to play, and definitely a bit on the less denser side. But it is still dense, so there is a significant amount of stamina aspect into this. We are going to have a small break in the middle after this chorus section, with that famous melody. But after that little bit of a break section, there is not going to be any more breaks until the end of the map. So it is critical to conserve your stamina for that ending section.
It just gives you a few seconds really to regain your bearings, and then it just hammers you already with these notes. There you go, density starts to pick up, and I do notice that the patterning becomes a tad bit harsher once you enter the final super dense chord stream now.
Yeah, that's true. So here we just entered the second part of the map, and for this part at least, it's still on par with the density that we saw before, but here comes the second repetition where the density starts to ramp up quite a bit, and this part is kind of hard. It's like 211 BPM dense chord streams.
Like, there are already I already see some brackets where you usually just limit yourselves to like double stairs on these kinds of picks. Obviously, this transition here is super tricky to pull off.
Oh yeah, we had to nerf that ending transition like 4 times in a row because it was really hard before. But with that was the end of our 5th map. The next map, it's my map. This is going to be LN2, the LN coordination for this pick. In Love with the Ghost, Complex Feelings About My Own Existence, featuring Jungkook from BTS.
You mentioned BTS, and I got reminded by the code name we had for Duplicity Shade from last year. Was it like BTS featuring Camellia or something like that?
Yeah. Surprisingly, this actually happens to be a featured artist song. So yeah. Apparently, we do have a BTS featured song in the featured artist listing. But anyways, this is a bit different from the patterns found in Myosotis from the semifinals round, but it does still test a lot of coordination to a large extent.
Yeah, a bit more on the abrasive side as well. You also see some elements of these. What do you call these? Like, they're just basically LN stairs right now. Not really the usual pattern you'd see in the previous LN coordination picks that we had, which features a bit more straightforward transitions really to the other long notes. And here we go. I saw a bit more abuse, like smaller release gaps.
Yeah, these release gaps are a bit shorter, and it might trip some players. And we go back to the vocal delay streams here, which are actually, I'd say, a bit on the easier side compared to the rest of the map. And this map is also quite short, coming in at 1 minute and 35 seconds. So here's the end, and then the ending is quite evil.
Oh yeah, those trills are so beautiful.
Yeah.
Up next is another Rice pick, and this will be our primary chord jack pick, which is Hellblind's Unconquered, which is clocking at 140 BPM, yet another step up in the speed. So some players might notice that this might be easier than last year's chord jack pick, which was Life is Piano, since there is a bit of toning down on the density, but the higher BPM does make up for it, and obviously the OD setting at OD9 will be giving some players a hard time getting the accuracy as well.
Yeah, so last year's, as you said, last year's Life is Piano was 136 BPM, I believe. This one comes at 140 BPM, but the lighter and a bit easier or more comfortable patterning kind of makes up for that higher BPM. So players who are comfortable with playing 140 BPM chord jacks should have no problem playing this. Some of them might actually find this a lot easier than Life is Piano from last year, because there are those kind of breaks, a lot of breaks in the middle.
I do notice that like there's kind of a pattern here. Like for round of 16, the chord jacks are a bit more anchored. The following round, it's a bit more spread out. Then we had semifinals, which is a bit more anchored, and then this one, I mean, it does look like a bit quite anchored, but for most of the chart, it's actually pretty spread out. Well, except for that one anchor over there that just passed.
Yeah, we do have some long jacks here, coming eight notes, and just before that part, we also had a 1/6 snap jack, which is, I think that's 210 BPM jack. So those mini jacks should be quite fun.
Yep, and it'll keep bombarding you with these long jacks already before we even end the chart.
Yep,
Also,
and
this
these 4K patterns, 4K patterns.
4K patterns. See if there are any
So
teams that will be conquering the unconquered.
served you with another of his puns. So next up is going to be our eighth map, our technical hybrid pick. Even though this is technical hybrid, it's actually kind of a mix between technical hybrid and high BPM rolly hybrid. This is T Pazolite and Getty's Twisted Drop Party mapped by Reveling. We're going to see a lot of rolly patterns that can be. It'll be kind of tricky to hit because this BPM is quite fast, coming in at 200 BPM.
My first impression seeing this chart is that it's pretty much your standard Remmering hybrid, I would think. High BPM, super abrasive, kind of abusive on the shields as well, which is quite a good thing for a pool that you're really wanting to push the difficulty already.
Yeah, here we come to the rolly techie parts. So we have mini jacks here and all the rolls, and this part can definitely kind of be manipped, but that's going to cost your accuracy. So it's best to try to play well. And this part is actually quite difficult.
Yeah, it's practically pressing basically all 7 keys at this point. Essentially, it like all this to me, it already looks like just chord jacks being fancy.
Fancy indeed. And here we have a bit of a break section again, until we go back to the second half of the map, which is going to basically be similar to the part we saw for the first half.
This
Another-
is pretty fun.
Yeah, this part's pretty fun. Another extended section of the break, but we go back to the penguin-esque patterns.
Oh yeah, now you mentioned penguin. Okay, that does remind me of penguin.
Yeah, I'd say it's definitely much easier than penguin, but it is still quite hard.
Also, like I just like how big are these LN gaps actually? Are they just like 1/4, or are they shorter?
I'm pretty sure these are 1/4. The shorter ones, because this is on 200 BPM, I think those might be 1/4. I don't think it might be shorter. I forgot
Yeah.
if I checked yet or not.
Anything shorter would be harsh, I would think. But yeah, it's just super dense to look at, and this ending, like it may look pretty straightforward, but the amount of bursts that you kind of have to do with one hand is pretty tricky.
Yeah, so this ending again kind of building up until we get to that final ending, which concludes our 8th map of the pool. And so next up is going to be our LN3, our L long node density pick, Sky Delta Cryonics, mapped by Kobe. This is, I believe this is going to be our first map on rates, because this is the 190 BPM version, which is I think like 1.03 rate.
I'm pretty sure we had one in the round of 60. I mean, no, not round of 16, more like quarterfinals if I remember correctly. Somebody could correct us on that. But anyways, like density LNs. Yeah.
Yeah, basically dense LN, that's pretty much it. But I do have to say that the LNs here are much harder than the LN difficulty that was in Replica, which was the semifinals LN density. So this is, even though LN density picks are usually favored by some of the Rice players out of all the LN pools, this one you might have to exercise some caution because these long notes are not that trivial to play.
Yeah, as I do notice that this is like the first like LN density pick where it's going to need most of your LN coordination skills in check as well. Especially that most of the pattern here really abuses already the finger independence factor of being able to hit long notes.
Indeed. And we do see some of those little inversey kind of sections here at the end. And this ending is actually quite fun. Because it's the easiest part of the map.
Yeah, the easiest part of the chart are going to be the most fun.
Yeah.
Like it builds tension. But anyways, here we go with one of my favorite charts in this pool, which is I'm Kidding, a chart by Lenpai, and this will be the primary tech pick, and this is a certified Len tech moment. You think Milan from quarterfinals is wacky? How about this?
I'm also sorry but not sorry for that background.
Yeah, it's a very beautiful background.
Very, very beautiful background indeed. So yeah, this is going to, as Surfshoe said, this is going to be closer to the patterns that you saw in Milan instead of Uncharted Sky from last week. So it just kind of abrasive bursts and jacks here and there. So that's going to make this extremely easy to miss, and this is going to be a very risky pick considering that the map is only 1 minute and 47 seconds long.
Also, that trail is so evil. Like, actually, when I was watching this on autoplay earlier, like I'm kind of having a hard time also picking up like where is this section charted to? The music itself is trippy. The chart itself is trippy. I'm not even sure how everyone will be tackling this. As you did mention, it will be quite a risky pick. I don't think that this is something anyone would be picking super early into a match.
Definitely not. And yeah, certified Lentech patterns, what can you say? But then this last section is a bit on the easier side, so maybe you can gain accuracy from here because this is more of a traditional jack-oriented pattern. Just don't miss like I did there.
The chart doesn't stop really bombarding you. So hope everyone is going to be having fun with this chart. Okay, up next.
So next up is the 11th map in our map pool. This is LN4, the LN mixed pick. Iowa covered by Suiso. This is Netsuijo by Ruka. And so this map is quite hard, I'd say. I think this might be one of the harder long node picks, if not the hardest.
Yep, and you're already seeing most of these like asymmetric LN transitions going from one column to another. Not to mention that a lot of this chart really likes to abuse these alternating patterns as well as what the music actually implies.
Oh my god, those patterns. But yeah, if you play through this map, you're going to do notice that it is kind of repetitive. So this section is always just alternating patterns back and forth.
Like, I'm pretty sure like repetitive patterns really tend to trip up a lot of us since like it's super easy to mind block repetitive patterns, and this is just repetition central.
Repetition central. Yeah, so this middle section also kind of does feature some kind of grace notes here and there, as you see, but that LN difficulty just stays there for the entire time. And here we have a little bit of a break, which is kind of reminiscent of a long note release slash coordination kind of part. But with after this, we're going to jump back into the second half of the music, which is going to be kind of similar to what we had before.
Also, this transition to like the final pattern here, those drills.
Oh yeah, those
super easy to trip up on.
Vocal vibrato mapping right here. But yeah, the last chorus here is actually going to probably be one of the hardest parts of this chart, because this section is a bit denser than before, and also the long note sections become a bit harder too. So basically, from that last break that you just had, you need to conserve stamina for that last section because this is a pretty sizable difficulty spike.
I do notice also that like this part here is more reliant really on your reading as well, because there's a lot of rice notes scattered throughout this entire section, and it's a bit more abrasive as well compared to like what we've seen earlier in the chart.
Yeah. Oh, that was an ET play by Huge Milo.
Yeah. We gotta drink our huge Milo mugs. But anyways, here comes our next pick, which is another hybrid pick. Actually, no, not hybrid. We have a mixed rice pick here, but featuring Hyun and Siapias, which is a cross soul, a chart by Paul Kappa. And this is a pretty short pick as well, clocking just above 2 minutes. And this intro section here immediately bombards you with some of these very irregular grace notes and some delay strings scattered here and there as well.
Yeah, that was the intro section, and here we have a bit of normal, kind of lighter density chord stream. So this part is the place where you can kind of gain your AC until you get to a more denser section, which comes later. But we transition here into a bit of an easier part, chord jacks. Yeah, I guess it can be kind of seen as a very slow chord jack, but with these anchors, it might be easy to trip up here, like I did in my replay. Oh wait, no, this is not my replay, this is Blocko's replay. I forgot to say that.
And then here we go with some of these. Okay, these chord streams are considerably different over what we saw on the other chord stream picks actually. Like there's a bit more, it's basically a combination of the two.
Yeah, and oh yeah, this is the vocal is the Japanese version. I realized I think the original version of this song is the Korean vocals, but I think Paul used the Japanese version for this one. But here we go back to those kind of rolly, delay-ish manip sections that we saw in the first half. And here the ending chorus is basically going to be a polyrhythmic delay stream section, which has that 1/4 and 1/3 stream together. But this is not that difficult compared to the rest of the chart. So as long as you can maintain your accuracy here, it should be fine.
Now, up next is yet another special pick, and this will be again one of those moments where we kind of have to stay quiet. Jinjin, take it away.
Yep. The next part is going to be another custom song for this Mania World Cup. We have Hino Isuka versus S-Don, and here we have Glorious.
And that is the second custom song in this map pool. As mentioned earlier, this is Hinoisuka versus S Dawn Glorious, a collaboration between the 5 map members of the map pool team for this MWC 7K, and this is the third hybrid pick as well in this pool.
And if maybe you have noticed this already, but there was a little Easter egg with the title of this song, because if you remember back in the semifinals, our hybrid 3 pick bouncing, the difficulty name was Glorious, and this time this song named Glorious has the difficulty name Bouncing. So basically, this song is the sequel to that song.
Unfortunately, though, Bouncing was not picked during the semifinals weekend. Hopefully, this time around we'll be able to see this in the matches.
Yeah, hopefully. So
Now-
that concludes. This is the 13th map of this map pool. So next up is the 14th pick. This is going to be our long LN consistency. Niji Sanji Virtual to Live mapped by Lost Cool. So we don't have a maple syrup map this time around, but he ended up including another VTuber map.
Well, it's kind of fitting that it's Lost Cool's chart as well. I mean, we saw Thailand unfortunately getting eliminated in the semifinals week, and we saw how good Lost School was. And I guess in spirit we'll be able to see Lost School in the finals weekend with this pick. So, like as usual with your hybrids, like, and this is the newer category since we are extended to a best of 13 now, so first to 7. So we will have new categories. This is one of them. And usually with your long hybrids, they will tend to be a bit more straightforward than the other straightforward hybrid.
Oh, this is the long note pick, not hybrid.
Oh wait. Yeah, it was long note. Okay.
Yeah,
Apologies
so
about that.
it's the long note pick. We basically testing all different kinds of long note consistencies. So yeah, this is a pretty long song coming in at 4 minutes and 24 seconds. So I think this is a bit longer than Sentimental Surge, but yeah, I think this is the longest map in the pool besides a tiebreaker. And as with all the consistency picks, this is going to be the easiest chart in the long note pool. I do see in the Twitch chat that some players might have overplayed this already, but don't worry. This has the MWC edit, which means some patterns have been tweaked. But yeah, we'll have to see how some players do on this.
There's a short break section here, and it turns into some releases as well. So I'm pretty sure like some people will be treating the staccato L's here mostly as rice, but obviously that will be penalized in your accuracy if you're not super careful. And like, what else is really to say about this chart? Really, like I guess like the second half is going to be tending more towards the like how you're able to read more of these denser stuff, and there are some rice notes interlaced here as well. So a lot of people might be, hopefully, are capable. I mean, all of the players in this remaining in this World Cup should be capable of reading through these.
Yeah, it's just a matter of consistency at this point. So just don't mess up. And yeah, we just saw that heart LN pattern there.
Yeah,
and another short.
Just had to mention.
Yeah, heart LNs are always nice. And another a bit of a break section here, and back to this dense LN section with some shields and all those Otujami patterns that we see.
Also, like the somewhat like double stare kind of thing slowly turns into like staccato LNs, and then eventually like that rice stare that we saw, then it just turns into like a full-on inverse, which is like a beautiful way to chart that.
Indeed. And yeah, back to the final chorus here, which is basically an upgraded version of everything we saw before. So obviously the ending is always going to be the hardest section. But yeah, with that, we have the ending, which is more shields and more inverse kind of patterns.
But overall comfortable though. Relatively comfortable.
Relatively comfortable, but still kind of tricky. So always gotta watch out for your accuracy and hope you don't miss. And hopefully some players hopefully don't overextend that long note hold at the end. But that was the end of the last pick. So this is our last non-tiebreaker pick, our long mixed rice pick. This is Asatsume, May versus Killerfish, the ultimate battle. That background is also worth kind of mentioning, but yeah, this is our long mixed rice pick coming in at 3 minutes and 27 seconds, so not as long as the long LN pick, but this is also going to just feature all kinds of different rice patterns here.
Like, this is, as you mentioned, this is a mixed rice pick, but considering the length, would it be right to say that this is relatively easier than the shorter mixed rice pick as well?
Yeah, this is actually, I'd say it's actually kind of similar in difficulty, but it should be a bit easier than the regular mixed rice pick. Yeah.
Mini jack to some short delays. Actually, that is pretty tricky to read.
Yeah, these mini jacks and delay burst patterns kind of stuff, and we do have chord jacks also mixed in here and there. So yeah, this is basically a true mixed rice pick, having all sorts of different mixed rice patterns. Up here we have a very stairy burst section, which is kind of manipulable.
Yeah, it's like at least at the level where I am on 7K, like it's kind of hard for me to see like how to even manip the.
But yeah, this is the break section. We're at the middle of the map, and here the song gradually increases in intensity again, and we do have a bit of bursts, stairs, and we just enter into the second half, which is going to be featuring more of those patterns that we saw in the first half of the map.
Here we go as we get yet to another of these build-ups. Like some mini jacks we inserted within these chord streams.
Yeah, back to the jacks and delay patterns, and these stairs are actually quite difficult to hit.
Yeah, it's asymmetric stairs that have like alternating brackets as well on one hand, and then going into these chord jacks yet again. It's relentless.
Just all kinds of different rice patterns. So I guess this is a mixed rice pick that does have a bit of focus on the jacks and the stairy bursts, but we do have another hard section here with all those jacks and bursts again. And here is the ending of the map where we reduce in the density, and so yeah.
At this point, like you just want to take everything home now. But okay, that ending. And that
Don't forget
ends,
those notes.
yeah. Don't forget those final two notes in the end of that long note, and that also ends all of the regular picks. All of the regular picks in this map pool showcase, and up next will be the tiebreaker, which might be familiar to a lot of the very ET players among those who are watching the showcase.
Definitely going to be very familiar for many people because it is going to be Froms of Ambrosia by Blocko.
Yep. This is the ranked one, but edited, a bit nerfed from what I've noticed.
This is actually quite. This is edited, modified quite a lot from the ranked version. So don't worry if you already played the ranked version a lot, because some of the mind blocks that you might have had is not going to carry over to this one, because this edited version does add a lot more long note oriented patterns and also nerfs some of the very heavy rice heavy sections. So yeah, as you already saw in the intro is already kind of different because there are none of those really fast mini jacks, and those all have already been switched out for some of the less abrasive patterns.
This is like, see, these gallopy patterns are pretty fun to look at. Here we go again. Some of these, and then I noticed like a lot of heavy chords as well within these chord streams, which is wow. Also, was that a Korean letter somewhere in that pattern?
Oh, I didn't see. But yeah, here's that speed up section. This speed up section is pretty much identical to the ranked version, but the part that comes right after this speed up section has been completely changed into a long note oriented section. So we're gonna see long notes and jacks.
And as you mentioned, yeah, those are indeed long notes and jacks right there, and they're just interlaced with each other. How do you read this? Oh my goodness.
This is definitely hard, and I mean it is still like one of the hardest ranked map sets too. Props to our ET mapper Blocko. And this delay section has actually been nerfed up a little, but it's still on the harder side, I guess. And then we have these inverse long note stairs here.
And you're already seeing like how much of a struggle maintaining a decent run on this, because our replay person here like barely maintaining the S before this break section.
Yeah, a brief shout out to the Mania World Cup United States team captain Turney.
Who is definitely playing this map pool before the rest of their team did.
Report. But here, we come back to this long note section and this rolly section. This part is also quite infamous for its difficulty, but this part has also been nerfed slightly in density, so it should be a bit more manageable than the ranked map set, but still on the more difficult side.
Oh boy. Wait, are those like just reverse shields really just right there? Like how big are those gaps even? Are they still 1/4 or already shorter?
I actually don't know the BPM in this section, so maybe it is 1/4, maybe it could be like 1/8, who knows. But yeah, this part's still like that really dense LN and right section, very difficult. And we have a little bit of a break here.
And the break is an LN coordination section, is what we would have expected on these tiebreaker hybrids, really.
Yeah, but at this level, it's pretty much doable by most of the people. A bit of a change in the mood of the song here, and we go back to some of these kind of chord jacky patterns with some short long notes appearing here and there.
Like, this is relatively bit more straightforward than the rest of the entire chart, but then it immediately transitions to more of these denser long notes, a bit abusive on your coordination and releases as well, and it doesn't really help that you have quite the abrasive rice patterns just surrounding them.
Yeah, even though this part is kind of easier compared to the part we saw in the first half of the map, this speed up section is also kind of difficult to act. And here we come to the ending, which is going to be the speed part of this map. This part's also relatively unchanged from the ranked map set. So the speedy delay section with that speed up in the rice stairs going all the way up to 622 BPM streams, along with chord jacks here and there, as you see, and also some long notes coming.
I do notice like the delays just change up as the song repeats that section. Oh man, I'm getting tripped up reading this.
Yeah, and this ending is actually not that difficult. But yeah, just watch out for those very fast long note inverse stairs. And that concludes of Ambrosia, our finals map pool tiebreaker.
And of course, the entire finals map pool showcase as well. And quite a lot of things to reflect on going into the matches next weekend.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to be having a lot of banger matches next week. And these map pools, hopefully, that we've prepared for you, should give a very fun watching experience for everyone. And hopefully the players will also be able to enjoy the maps prepared. And are there anything else left to say for us before we sign out? Should we talk about the banners again?
Yeah, might as well, as you mentioned it. Well, yeah, we have the Osmania 7K World Cup 2023 profile banners up on the Osus store. If you want to show support to the teams that you really cherish, feel free to purchase them over there. And the and all the purchases will be added to the prize pool. And of course, speaking of that prize pool, there is also the Open Collective Initiative that was started last year. Obviously, as you saw with these brutal map pools that we just passed through over the past hour or so, all of the players will be having quite a lot of difficulty, and they deserve all of the accolades for those, especially that are about to hit the podium. 2 of them already confirmed, just the placings pending.
Wow. That is nice. So yeah, with that, I guess this is the end of the finals map pool showcase. So I guess both of us will be signing off now, and I will be seeing everyone next week in our finals matches.
Hello everyone, welcome to the finals week now of Osumania 7 Key World Cup 2023, and we are kicking off this week with one match that I'm sure a lot of us are very, very excited. This has been something that a lot of people, myself included, have been looking forward to since the very start of the tournament, seeing these rosters in. It's going to be South Korea versus the Philippines, seed number 1 versus seed number 2. And I think there's actually some chances either way for both of these teams, despite South Korea being, of course, the favorites coming in every year, essentially, to the 7 Key World Cup. This Philippines roster is absolutely terrifying.
Well, it's quite something to note of, because these two teams have quite the history as well. I mean, everyone remember that grand finals from 2019, and obviously that legendary semifinals match from last year's 7K Mania World Cup. And obviously this is one round further than last year's matchup. And it doesn't mean though that yes, this is a relatively harder pool compared to that recent pool. I think there is quite something in this. There's quite something in this matchup that may signs point to like a very, very spicy encounter. Well, anyways, let's introduce ourselves first. This is SirQ85 with Potassium F in the commentary booth. How are we doing?
I'm doing really well, of course. Very excited for this one. As you said, these teams faced each other last year, and that went all the way to tiebreaker in the semifinals. Philippines very close to being able to send South Korea down into the losers bracket for the first time in years, really, in the 7 Key World Cup. And we're already getting the rolls in. Actually, something that I think we should probably note is that I believe Boji is not going to be playing for the Philippines in this match because of an injury.
That is the news that we've received over the past few 24 or 48 hours, if I'm counting my time correctly. So we do see Boji participating in the proceedings with doing the rolls and getting a 97. So I guess that counts.
Yeah, the captain duty's coming in here. Rolling 97 is actually really high. I don't think the Korean players have rolled just yet, but on the bright side though, for Philippines, I do think they are, basically like one of the only teams in this tournament that really have like those all four players being exceptionally strong. So even though it is a little bit of a hit towards Philippines' Rice ability without Boji, I think overall their team is still absolutely terrifyingly strong. And we see here South Korea banning an LN map, LN2, the coordination pick, and Philippines banning Rice 1. I think that's a pretty good ban, all things considered, given how South Korea's been performing on those speed picks.
Yeah, it's basically straightforward bans from both of these teams. South Korea should be aware of how strong Philippines LN coordination game has been over the past few weekends, and it's kind of unlike the Philippines really to be strong on that front. Like you would expect the Philippines be the ones who are destroying like the more straightforward LN. So it's kind of nice to see an improvement really from the Philippines side. Meanwhile, the Philippines banning the speed pick, which is again super straightforward. You already mentioned how strong the Koreans are in their like super dense fast rice.
Yeah, absolutely. South Korea has definitely been putting up some really strong performances, I guess, over the entire pool, really. But looking at the scores in relative to other teams, definitely the Rice pool I feel like is South Korea's strongest compared to other things. Of course, beating their LNs also not something that very many teams is able to do.
Yeah, and like the Philippines is just right behind, or if not ahead. Like these two are possibly like the most evenly matched teams in this entire roster, and it's just so good to see them fight this late into the tournament, like a very advanced stage already. As we are going to be seeing the first pick, which is Virtual to Live, and the longest LN pick in this pool, and basically the easiest as well for some people. So accuracy is definitely going to be a factor here in this pick. And also, we're going to be finally seeing Barry play a map in this World Cup.
Is this actually the first time Berry has played outside the qualifiers?
Yup.
Oh, okay, yeah, in the bracket stage at least. Yeah, we haven't seen Berry so far, so this is the new player for the Philippines roster compared to last year, and definitely one that is extremely strong. So now that we're in, the finals map pool, these are starting to get harder. And despite that, though, I think all players that we'll see in this lobby, they scale extremely well. So I don't think anyone in either of these teams has really hit their maximum yet.
Now, also on the Korean side, we will have basically the usual duo as we've had over the past. I mean, ever since last year, Dressup and YZ being a super strong pair. Overall, basically, some people would expect this pairing be on the Rice end of the pool, but like again, we keep on mentioning these two. The Korean teams' LNs are not something to scoff at all.
Yeah, I mean, South Korea is still getting like number ones in the team leaderboards for LN maps as well in past weeks. So that's not to say that they're weak in any form whatsoever at these picks. So this could definitely go either way. It is the Philippines' first pick, so one that you would expect them to be a little bit more comfortable on compared to some of the others.
Now, on the other end of the spectrum, we have Cora and Berry obviously playing this pick, and they do have like the initial accuracy advantage. Berry carrying the mirror mod, which you'll be seeing this entire match. Berry is that kind of player who basically plays the entire pool with mirror. And like a dynamic that you'll be seeing also is that Cora might be the one who is going to be carrying most of the accuracy load in this match, and Berry will be the one carrying most of the combo workload, similar to how Liang and Turks did things last year for China. But that really depends, because this is the first time we're going to be seeing Berry as well in a World Cup, because if I remember correctly, Berry wasn't exactly like in the best form during last year, or during the last year's World Cup.
But now these accuracies, although it started off pretty well for the Philippines players have dropped in accuracy just a little bit. And South Korea is staying at this 99.4 for both players. It's still flickering back and forth. Just in the score here, and all 4 players still on the full combo. We're past a quarter in already.
Yeah, we are going to be expecting quite a close matchup here. And like here, South Korea already kind of showing some glimpse of that better accuracy as you mentioned, and they'll be carrying forward with that momentum throughout this entire chart, because this chart is one of the easier ones in the pool. So you're going to be expecting them just to perform very well. And like just look at the average. Like
look at this
look at
score.
how consistent.
This is surely like 100, 200 points difference, but YZ actually drops some accuracy down with these short LNs right here, dropping down to 99.2. That's pretty big considering the accuracies that everyone else is holding.
But yeah, like as we've noted though, because like any mistakes being committed here is going to be a very massive drop as well. So Korea is within that striking distance pretty much. And we're going to be expecting YZ to be able to get that accuracy back up as soon as they could.
Yeah, absolutely. And even with this small lead for Philippines right now, it's so small. And YZ actually finding the first miss.
And that's kind of unfortunate. Team Philippines will be able to get a bit more of that breathing room that they really needed in this pick. Though I do notice that Korea did drop a few 200s, but it's a pretty clean drop, only 1 pretty much. So they basically maintain the best accuracy in this entire lobby. Barry just getting the same accuracy pretty much as Dresser as well.
Yeah, Dresser did actually drop down a little bit. Was holding above Barry before, but now Barry is actually holding a little bit above Dresser. And of course, Kura has been maintaining this top accuracy of the lobby.
YZ getting yet another drop. Kind of unfortunate there, but it's really what you get for pools this kind of dense already. And this is considering that this is still a finals pool. There is still something in the grand finals pool at some point. Barry getting the first drop in the Philippines side, but the accuracy lead overall from the Philippines is kind of making the difference between these two teams. But this chart is far from ending.
Barry with 2 misses, but very quick in succession. It's still the combo lead in favor of the Philippines since YZ did miss twice. And the accuracy lead all put up by Kura right now. YZ and Barry trading misses here. We're approaching the very end of the map now. And this lead is looking fairly solid. It's not going towards South Korea whatsoever. YZ finding another miss. Dresser breaking the full combo now.
The Philippines carrying forward to get their first point immediately on the board, and that is quite a dream start for Team Philippines already, considering that this match is definitely going to be quite a lengthy one, as it looks like, and Dresser getting yet another drop before the ending.
And my god, this is a flex.
Wow.
This is a flex from Kura. That's a statement opening map right here from the Philippines. Kura getting that's almost 980k on a 4-minute long LN finals pick.
Oh wow. If this is anything, this is just going to be a teaser of what's to come in over the next hour or so of Osimania.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all this accuracy right here. We can see the 200 counts between the teams. That definitely looks like Philippines are looking quite good on these LN picks, but now this is when we're going to see whether or not South Korea can pull off this back and forth. They have to go for a Rice pick, you would assume, and it's going to be Rice 7.
And they're immediately going for what is essentially one of the wackier Rice picks. And obviously similar to Virtual to Live, that was the longest LN pick in this pool. This is the longest Rice pick in this pool. So again, this is relatively easier compared to the rest of the Rice pool. And like I'm pretty sure the reason why they're basically just picking the longest ones out of the way, because like obviously there are no more warm-ups, so might as well get us out of the way. Though again, you cannot really consider this as warm-up because this is already in a competitive setting.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when we're seeing scores like we just saw before. Every single miss counting as much as they do with maps that are this hard is just brutal.
And now we're going to be seeing more of the South Korean accuracy in the Rice department, which is going to be quite a dynamic we'll be seeing throughout the rest of the match, as Berry getting the first drop from the Philippine side quite early on though, so it might not matter in the long term, but that really depends on how South Korea performs over the rest of this map.
My god, what a start from YZ. What is that accuracy at the first 500 notes of the map here? Still holding the top, and this is going to be South Korea off to a very good start here in this map. Berry still catching up the accuracy to match Kura just in a second.
Desert kind of dropping to below 99.4, but it's still a super high accuracy. Still both Koreans getting full combos.
Now actually this Act lead is starting to shrink quite a lot. Dressurf and Berry both tying in accuracy. YZ and a little bit above Kura, but Berry misses a couple times again.
Why the uncharacteristic misses there from Berry on this pick?
These accuracies are staying very close. Kura's now actually the top accuracy in the lobby. Oh, finding a miss.
That is not something you really want, because both Koreas are still carrying full combos. And again, this is what we have been mentioning. There is going to be quite a dichotomy in this match. We're going to be seeing mostly LNs really from the Philippine side and Rice being taken advantage on South Korea's end, and Berry getting yet another 2 consecutive drops. Kura as well following that up. Meanwhile, South Korea carrying basically 2 full combos.
Yeah, and it's only halfway through the map, and the accuracies are really close. But with this many misses, it really does feel like it's not really going to have much of a chance for Philippines to come back already, even though we're only halfway through. This is 2 full combos still. 99.47 is the lowest accuracy out of those 2. And, I mean, you can't really do much. Philippines are just going to have to hope that South Korea finds a complete collapse in the second half of this map.
Well, the final quarter of this chart does definitely pick up a bit on the density. So, if there's anything, though, the Philippines needs to maintain their combos on that denser part in this start as well, while hoping that South Korea kind of gets a few mistakes. Berry getting yet another drop. That is not what they need. YZ and Dresser just destroying the start.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do? Like, what is this? Their Dresser has increased the accuracy now, although finds a couple 200s there. That's not really what matters right now, though. This is just kind of domination over a pick like this.
We're already recovering to that mid 99.4 from that miss earlier, but like as you mentioned, what can you do?
There's really not much that can be done. This lead, it's already over in favor of South Korea right here. They are going to very comfortably take their own point, but I mean, all that's left to really do is see what are these scores. And oh no!
Oh.
The double FC was not meant to be, but oh my god, this team score, what is that? 980, above 980k average for both of the South Korean players is, I mean, most teams would not be able to beat that on the round of 16 pool, let alone finals pool.
Well, this is what you get whenever we have extraterrestrials being shown here on this match. And same goes for the background as well.
Yeah, and Philippines, we can see the accuracy in the Philippines. That is not far behind whatsoever. The 200 counts almost identical to South Korea, but the misses, I mean, that's really what did everything. Almost 2 full combos, and there's not really much you can do there. That's 1-1 now. Both teams winning their own picks right out the gates, and now Philippines, they're going to get another one. You would have to think, the LN's still up. We've still got 3 more of those picks.
And they're going to be going for LN1, which is the primary release pick of this pool. Actually, quite a good pick from the Philippine side. Again, going for the more unconventional, try to induce mistakes from your opponent kinds of picks.
Yeah, we see a funny star rating on this one, 9.5. Sounds kind of ridiculously high for an LN release pick, but that's how it goes sometimes when you have the wacky timings.
Yeah, if I think we have to take note, like the release pick from the semi-finals pool, I think was just like just below 5 stars. And now here we are, we just doubled that star rating.
A little bit more, yeah, a little bit more. So this is going to be one that, of course, is going to be extremely hard to maintain any kind of accuracy on.
Well,
Maybe.
if I guess maybe a surprising thing to make note here is that both of these teams will be carrying basically the same duo still. Like some people would have expected probably Arona to step in for Philippines at least, though again, like overall, like just mechanically, you kind of want to stay safe with like two of two, and same goes to the South Korean side. You might as well stay with like two of your strongest players in the entire team, because like this is a Titan versus Titan battle pretty much.
Yeah, absolutely. And Berry has been performing really well so far. So it makes sense to keep the same team. Maybe we will see Arona switching in at some point during the match. But for now, it is going to be the same four, as you said.
And time to see whether these teams are able to maintain their form in the super wacky chart. And Dresser immediately getting a very early drop, but again, this is one of the longer Olympics as well, so those early misses won't really count for that much. But Dresser, oh, okay,
I mean,
yeah.
if there's that many misses, then now that is pretty significant, as well as the accuracy drops that come with those as well. Down at the low 98s is Dresser. So this is going to be very decent early lead for the Philippines here.
Now it's the job for the Philippines is basically maintaining those combos pretty much, and just expect that the South Korean players are going to be able to recover that form immediately, as what they have been showing pretty much whenever they commit mistakes. YZ getting two consecutive drops, Dresser also following that up. So basically no full combos left in the Korean side. So now we're already seeing the splitting image of the previous pick.
Yeah, this feels exactly like how the past pick just went, but reversed sides. Now Philippines is the one with the two full combos. The accuracies do feel very similar between the two teams. If you subtract the misses from Dressurf's accuracy, I think that becomes like around a 99%, just like, you know, Kura and Berry. But with these misses coming in, another one again from Dressurf.
Not really something you want to see for on a match that's super vital. But again, like at least for the more dominant picks, you are aware that the match has practically just started, and these early drops, as Berry did drop some LN right there, so only Kura with the only full combo left. But back to what I've been saying. Again, this is still super early in the match. Like, you know that there's still quite a lot of picks remaining, so you basically just need to keep your head down and straight and keep looking ahead, as Kura and Dresser trade misses, so no more full combos. YZ having quite a substantial combo already at the 3,000 mark, but the Philippines still has quite the advantage.
Yeah, definitely. In terms of number of misses, Philippines is still way in the lead right now. They also have a little bit of an accuracy lead as well. Berry finding another drop, but the lead is not going to be touched too much unless we're finding a lot of misses from the Philippines side. Actually, Berry misses a couple more times. This could get fairly close, but they are traded from Dressurf, and this is towards the end of the map, coming up very soon as well.
These reverting stairs to that stair transition kind of tripping up some of these players. Kura and YZ still maintaining their... Never mind. Kura, the only one maintaining quite a substantial combo going into the end of this chart.
And the score lead's actually getting quite close. Berry's found quite a lot of misses in the past quarter of the map.
Ooh,
a little bit of an accuracy drop, but it doesn't matter in the end of the day. That is going to be Philippines managing to secure their win.
That's kind of cutting it quite close, though, despite being dominant for basically the entirety of the chart.
Yeah, definitely can't let up at all. Even when you find yourself in a bit of a lead, South Korea have the potential to bring it right back. But Philippines doing just enough here, 2-1. Every team winning their own picks, and now it's back to South Korea. Back to another Rise pick, you'd have to imagine.
Yeah, we are going to be. I probably expect one of the core streamy picks coming for South Korea, especially Sentimental Surge if they want to go to that direction. Maybe even Freedom Dive really. Like just get like more of the straightforward stuff out of the way really. Like basically go for the safer strategies. Though I would be admire the bravery if they're ever going to touch like let's say Unconquered or maybe even Cross Soul or basically, God forbid, the technical pick Lentak. I'm kidding.
Yeah, tech is definitely something I would expect to kind of be avoided somewhat. Not usually one that teams would opt to pick right out the gates in a match.
Anyways, while we're waiting for the next pick, we do have to mention that the Osimania 7K World Cup team support banners are up on the OSU store. If you want to support these teams playing in this World Cup and want to some profile decorations, feel free to purchase them.
Yeah, not a better time than right now when these teams in a very close head-to-head right now, at least so far in the match. And it's going to be, oh, okay, never mind.
Ooh,
it is going to
okay.
be the tech map here. I'm kidding.
Pretty unconventional strategy here, as though again this is finals. You kind of want to start experimenting with your picking strategy. Just going out. I think basically just trying to clear out some issues probably that shown during the previous pick. And you really want those issues out of the way because this pick is not friendly at all.
And it's also really, really short. 1 minute and 47 seconds. That means that every miss that might happen is going to mean way more than the picks that we've seen so far.
Now, I do think we'll be seeing this pick shortly. Now, not funny, more like something that we have to take note. Like, let's say this goes what essentially is going to be the expected scenario here. This will be practically a 2-2 after this pick, unless something happens. It's like we're going to be starting to see some of the pool really basically start to narrow for both of these teams. Really, like you eventually some team will eventually have to break down somewhere.
Yeah, the safe picks definitely start running out very quickly here, but we'll see how this one ends up going. This one very volatile, being a tech pick and a short one at that.
And quite a surprising start here. Team Philippines actually getting the better start of between these two teams. But as we are going to mention, South Korea should be able to recover that accuracy at the start immediately, as we're seeing some glimpses of that.
Yeah, this ACK is very close between the two teams. It's looking like South Korea is starting to pull ahead a little bit. But with 4 full combos still on the board, anything is really possible at this point.
We have to mention that Kura and Berry do seem like they are maintaining quite similar accuracies here. Actually, there is some gap, though. Dresser really that 99.6. Although YZ kind of getting a drop here might give the Philippines some chances to narrow that lead and maybe pull it to their end. Though Kura trades.
Yeah, and this is going to keep South Korea in the lead. This accuracy lead from South Korea is actually really, really strong. They've built their accuracy up both to 99.5%. Philippines both at 99.3, so this is definitely advantage South Korea, but still only 1 or 2 misses I think could be enough for Philippines to bring this back. But we are already in the last quarter of the map, and Kura and Berry both fine.
Yeah, this final quarter basically is super brutal. It's super easy to get these mistakes, and you also see YZ also dropping. That's the only full combo left in this pick, and I do presume that they'll be able to maintain this until the end.
Yeah, very end of the map here, and there's going to be the FC from Dressurf. Couple misses for YZ, and that's going to be it. That is going to be South Korea securing a second point, 2-2 now. 4 points in a row, winning, won by the expected teams, the teams that picked them.
And now let's see what remains in the pool. I mean, there's quite a lot of picks, safe picks for these teams, but eventually they have to continue with the experiments. So if there's something we have to mention, like there's not really much left into the longer picks as well. We're already looking into like picks that are basically just hovering around the 2 minute mark. So it's like the mistakes or misses or any accuracy drops are going to be quite more evident in the remaining picks.
Okay, and we're back to the LNs from the Philippines here. We're going to be picking Cryonix. This is going to be the density pick, if I remember correctly.
Yes, it is the density pick, but this isn't like the density picks from the previous 3 rounds where it's practically just a chord stream turned into an LN. Basically LNs. This density pick leans more towards like there's some coordination element in this pick. Like you can still do the play it like a chord stream strategy, but like this kind of density is like the stuff that really penalizes that behavior.
So definitely cannot rely on the Rice ability here. Have to really play these dense long notes, and I mean you can imagine how hard it is to read and play this consistently as well.
Well, if there's anything though, like these 4 players are those you'd expect really to basically destroy this.
Yeah, but that's it. This one is another really short one as well at 1 minute and 47 seconds. The exact same drain time as the previous one. And actually off to an early lead for South Korea. Berry is struggling a little bit as far as the accuracy is concerned, dropping below 99%.
So the lead. Oh, Berry and YZ getting a trade and basically clean drops for both of them, so the lead is practically going to stay the same. YZ getting yet another drop. The Philippines might be seeing some glimpses of hope and getting that lead to their end, but something has to happen though. Something else has to happen.
It's very close. Yeah, South Korea do have the accuracy lead still, but Berry is definitely recovering this accuracy, but ooh, another miss. That's going to hurt things. We're already past the halfway point. This is looking quite good for South Korea right now.
And YZ trading that miss. Still quite a clean drop though. And Reserve dropping their full combos. That gives the Philippines some signs here of getting the lead, and they do, as Reserve getting yet another series of drops.
Yeah, the accuracy drop from Dressup as well. Now Dressup is down to Berry's accuracy. And Kura also matching YZ just about. It's coming down to these misses, and South Korea's just missed a little bit more. And that's going to be it. We're in the outro now. It's so close still.
Yeah,
Please
this
don't
outro
miss
is so
the outro.
evil.
Please, oh my god. There's no
my
way.
God.
That was
All the tables are-
442. Not even
Almost.
a miss. That was a couple 200s at the end that almost gave South Korea the win at the end. But it is going to be Philippines holding on with an FC from Kura.
Yeah, that full combo from Kura kind of getting clutch there. Though I do have to mention that ending is kind of designed basically to troll players. Like just insert that coordination release section in the end just to trip up the players who are not paying enough attention.
Oh, and it almost completely trolled the Philippines there. They had I feel like a couple thousand buffer there at the end that just kind of disappeared in an instant.
Oh man.
I mean, breathe a sigh of relief for the Philippines right now. They managed to win their own pick, but it's starting to get close with a lot of these now. And South Korea, they still have a few Rice picks, but might be getting in towards the territory that maybe Philippines can start contesting South Korea on the Rice as well.
If anything though, I already now that I realize it, I'm kidding. Was actually the safest pick South Korea would have gone previously. Like here's the thing, the chord stream picks are super straightforward, and it just so happened that South Korea's opponents are super strong in the chord stream department as well. But I think South Korea is right here to test that theory, as they are going to be picking Freedom Dive, the faster of the 2 chord stream picks in this pool.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing 211 BPM chord stream here. 2 minutes and 17 seconds, so not too long And with something like Chord Stream, if the players are comfortable at this BPM, they're comfortable with the density and the patterning, any miss could be completely fatal for these teams.
And still no substitutions from any of these teams.
They've got to be getting tired at least pretty soon, you have to imagine.
Well, yeah. I mean, just on a regular day, this is like just yet another play session for them if this was single player, but competitive environment is going to subject you to a lot of stress.
Here we go. Pretty decent starts for both teams here. South Korea with a little bit of an accuracy lead.
Now, here's the thing for the Philippines. They want to basically limit these mistakes in the Chord Stream pick because, like, yes, they should be able to keep up with South Korea just fine, but, like, you're going to expect South Korea to basically dominate this if you just show some semblance of inconsistency.
Yeah, and oh my god, 99.8 for both South Korean players, but YZ finds a miss. That's going to be the first miss, and I think this lead is starting to flicker over towards the Philippines now. The accuracy lead still keeping them in this, but Berry finds a miss now.
And that best also dropped Berry to below 99%, but like there's still 2/3 of the chart remaining, and like we're going to expect like both of the players who just commit misses basically to recover pretty fast. Though it does appear that Berry did drop a bit more in that accuracy department to 98.7. That is not a good sign.
Yeah, Berry is looking like they're hitting very early in those streams just there, which is why the accuracy tanked as much as it did. And now this accuracy lead is really significant. Dressurf and Kura basically matching each other as far as the score goes, but YZ with 99.6 versus Berry with 98.8 right now is quite a large difference.
And as here we go with the final quarter of this chart where everything just kicks up a notch. And Berry again, really hitting early. This is not something you really want to do.
And no one finding any mistakes here. It's just this accuracy lead that's really going to be solidified here if no one finds any misses. But Berry finding a miss, that's basically going to seal the deal now. As we're getting towards the very end of the map, Kura's still on the full combo, but Dressurf matching it.
They're getting a few consecutive misses, and that is going practically to seal this pick for South Korea.
That will be a solid win here. FCs for both Dressurf and Kura, 2 200s versus the 4 200s from Kura. 993 and 991. Not scores that I expected to see today, but here we are.
Yeah, they're pretty decent at the game. I think that's a good assessment of Dresser and Kura.
Yeah, it does look like Berry's score is just kind of frozen in place there, but not going to matter either way, you know. You can imagine probably just left the lobby a little bit early there, or disconnected at the very end, but either way, wouldn't have made a difference in that score, given how the map was going. So it is going to be 3-3 in this matchup. Neither team so far giving much of an inch.
Now, this is where you kind of have to start wondering now. This is practically a best of 7 in the best of 7.
And the advantage that South Korea has right now is that Philippines only have one LN map left before they start having to get into those hybrids, which will be a little bit of a toss-up between the two teams. South Korea do have 3 rice maps left, so Philippines may be the one that's a little bit more tight for picks.
But then, like, I'm not sure if like this is how other people would view this, but hybrids do kind of work like basically backup LN picks for players this high level. So it really depends on what their rest of the strategy is, and there you go, Philippines already going to that hybrid direction.
Yeah, they are going to leave the last LN alone right now. We're going to go straight into the hybrids. This is going to be another 3-minute long map.
Still no substitutions between these two teams. Well, I would say that, like, if we are not going to see substitutions, like, within the next two picks, I don't think we'll be seeing any at all.
Yeah, this might, I mean, so far we've seen all kind of different types of picks. Basically gone the full distance throughout all the different types of picks for now. And, you know, if the same players have been playing the whole entire time, you're right. I think these two may just be the best players for this level of finals map pool.
And here we go. Like, basically, I mean, nerves should be shaken off at this point, but this is like that stage in a match where you kind of start having those nerves.
It looks like Berry is hitting a little bit early still.
Yeah, I do agree with that. And like, Berry kind of needs, probably should be able to notice that at some point, especially with this with these lighter sections. Really, maybe try to correct that going into the denser sections, because like it's harder to correct once like you're into the chart already.
Yeah, once you get into the rhythm already, much harder to correct that timing. But for now, it's looking like the accuracy is doing well for all four players so far. YZ finding the first break.
And that gives the Philippines some lead here, but like South Korea is still within striking distance. The Philippines do not want to commit any mistakes at all.
Yeah, absolutely. This accuracy lead is actually in favor of South Korea, but YZ finding another miss. That's going to help the Philippines out just a little bit.
Both Filipinos still getting their full combos pretty much dress serve as well. Never mind for dress serve, as no more full combos left in the South Korean side.
That was a good one from you right there. Both South Koreans finding misses, both Philippine players with the full combos. So this is going to be a small lead. This is only looking like about 5,000, 7,000-ish in favor of the Philippines. So a couple misses will definitely be able to swing it back towards South Korea, especially with these accuracies that they're still holding.
Yeah, here we go with this. And we're about to enter the second half, where basically, again, similar to practically all of how all of these starts in this pool are, like, everything just picks up in density just a tad bit. Like, not really striking that much, like, getting super spiky, but, like, this is where your consistency will really be tested.
When YZ finding another miss here, it's all coming from South Korea's side right now. Another miss again, and this lead is slowly growing in favor of Philippines. Dress Surf now with the miss.
The Philippines needs to continue on with this form if they want to get that advantage back. And Dresser and Berry do trade misses. Kura, the only full combo left, still getting at 99.4 as well. Overall, basically the best act. YZ just behind in the accuracy, but those misses are kind of penalizing YZ's performance here. But still, super respectable scores from everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. Berry has dropped it down below 99%, but the damage has been done. The combo from Berry, more than enough so far in this map. But Kura finding a miss, and we're getting a little bit close now. Hang on a second. Don't let up towards the end of the map.
Okay, not much of a heart attack compared to the previous pick for the Philippines here.
Not as bad as before, but you cannot let up at all. Kura still pulling out that 980k. Almost the FC just at the very end, finding that one slider break, it looks like. But this is going to be yet another map. 7 maps in a row now, won by the team that picked it. There's been a couple of close calls here, but so far, you know, this match has gone exactly how both of the teams want them to go.
Yeah, and now for South Korea, I mean, we're going to be continuing seeing the trend, I'm pretty sure. And I do, if the I was about to mention that they might be going for Sentimental Surge, never mind.
They failed the Connect 4.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. They had the opportunity, but it is going to be Cross Soul coming in first.
They might be avoiding Sentimental Surge probably for the reason that, like over just a few weekends ago, like while this World Cup, like just before the World Cup was starting, Cora did get one of the best stamina rice scores in Osimania 7K, and like if there's anything about sentimental search, it's stamina rice. So they are well aware of that, so they might be trying to avoid that until the very end.
Yeah, I mean, definitely scary picking something like that in Takura, but the counterpoint of that is, I think every map is scary in Takura.
Yeah, I mean, like, is there anything not scary in this pool overall? Like, regardless of who you're facing.
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams are probably scared of picking every single map into the other team. That's the level of these teams right now, and we're getting into this Rice pick once again, and it's going to be an early lead for South Korea off of this accuracy. Berry dropping down to the low 99s, but nothing too serious as Dresser.
Dresser. That's got quite uncharacteristic there from Dresser.
And all of a sudden, Philippines now in the early lead, but just by a little bit. This accuracy from Dresser is still extremely strong.
Yeah, like basically both players came in mid 99.6, and like the way everything has been going, unless Berry commits a few mistakes somewhere, they might be snagging the lead at some point. The Philippines really do not want to commit any mistakes at all. Ooh, YZ! Okay, that's pretty uncharacteristic on some court lines. Dresser as well! What is happening?
Oh, these misses now coming from the South Koreans. Philippines holding on with their combos right now. 2 full combos on the board. The accuracies are still overall a little bit higher for South Korea with 2 high 99.6s, but the misses. And YZ misses again.
Is this going to be the first break point of this match? As it stands, both the Filipino players still carrying full combos, but here we go. Berry getting the first drop in the Philippine side. Cora trying to meet the full combo and doing that pretty well. Dresser as well keeping up with Cora. Dresser does commit a mistake. And here we go. The third keeps on picking up Cora, and Berry getting consecutive. Both breaking their combos. Dresser and YZ carrying pretty similar combos with the Philippines, still having the lead, and there's still quite a turn remaining. You don't want to let up.
All 4 players missing right around the similar points there. YZ finding it on miss. We're at the end of the map already. I think this is it. I think the Philippines can win this.
And they do. First break point.
The first break point is coming on South Korea's pick. And the combo game won by the Philippines on one of these Rice picks. 5-3 now. Philippines securing 2 points in the lead. They get the next pick. And this is looking a little bit shaky right now as far as the match goes for South Korea. They do not want to give up match point so early on.
But then we have to remember what happened last year in the semifinals.
Oh no.
Oh man. Are we going to see that same narrative happen yet again? But
I can't wait. Let's just I mean, I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves right now, but thinking back last year in semifinals, was the score not 6-3 exactly?
It was 6-2 until like Dresser just woke up and destroyed the rest of the pool.
Yeah, I mean, anyone who watched that match knows that, you know, South Korea is absolutely never out of it in any situation. Of course, right now, I think South Korea still have a massive chance of breaking the point right now even. Philippines picking the last LN map.
So, basically, I'd say this is probably their safest pick. Oh boy, like, hold on to your seats, folks, because this match is far from over, regardless of the scoreline what we're seeing right now.
Oh, I mean, it's only 1 break point away. We've seen South Korea come within 400 points of a break point just earlier before. And I mean, they could definitely do it again. They just need to hold on. These misses are really what's doing it for basically both teams. They're really coming down to the miscounts in all these maps because all of these accuracies between all the players are fairly competitive. They're fairly similar with each other.
And here we go. The Philippines going to be bidding for that early match point. And South Korea wanting to extend that match just a tad bit.
Yeah, I mean, if South Korea win this one, they're already right back into that drawn situation that we were seeing before. If Philippines manage to win this, then they definitely gain an advantage in this match.
The funny thing is that this is the mixed LN pick, and like at this point in that match, that semifinals match, like we had that 272-point incident in a mixed LN pick as well. So quite the parallel situation really from last year, aside from the scoreline. And here we go, super similar accuracies between these two teams. South Korea does look like they have a glimpse of the advantage, though the Philippines is saying otherwise to what I've been saying.
Oh, it is exactly dead even right now. There is no advantage for either team, and the 4 full combos still on the board mean that, I mean, nothing is decided so far on this map so far. It's looking like they're very finding the first miss. Fairly clean drop though, not too much accuracy dropped overall, so the accuracy lead actually, dress serve.
Philippines just a tad bit of an advantage here. I mean, Kura and YZ do carry similar accuracies, very, and Dresser as well, though Dresser commits yet another mistake. So advantage Philippines here pretty does trade that. So basically we're back to square one again, similar to what was essentially the situation like 15 seconds ago.
Yeah, traded misses. Dresser finding another one though, so now Philippines is going to be in the lead by just a little bit. One miss of difference, but this accuracy from Kura is also increasing the lead.
Oh, quite uncharacteristic, but like LN coordination. Like LN coordination is just everyone's hated LN.
It is so easy to drop combo on those. Deceptively easy, even though it looks like there's not many notes. Those are very hard to hold combo on. And it catches YZ off guard, and now Philippines, they're starting to edge out a little bit of an advantage. There's a quarter of the map left, but we've seen multiple times now they cannot make any mistake, even if they have the advantage now.
Here we go, picking up on that density yet again. Dresser hitting yet another one of those misses. But like, you have to stay calm still. And here in the commentary booth, it's not calm in here at all.
Yeah, South Korea holding on now. They've still got the accuracies for it. Dresser finding a miss though. And this lead is growing in favor of Philippines. Still, both players holding on the combo on the Philippines side.
We're holding on to that full combo. That coming in clutch, really. Berry and YZ trading, basically missing at the same note, and the Philippines gets the early match point.
Oh, that's an FC from Kura right there. 987k. And just when they needed it, this is going to be 6-3. Philippines in the lead by 3 points. But we've seen this happen before. We saw this happen last year, and South Korea managed to bring it all the way to a tiebreaker and win it. The question is, can they do it for a second year in a row?
And also harder pool as well. And well, if there's anything though, South Korea does have the pick, so they have that going for them. And you also have to consider that the Philippines has basically exhausted all of the LN picks, and they only have the hybrids to go. And like again, the hybrids do work as a backup LN pick, but you don't. Those picks do get kind of shaky, as we've seen on Hybrid 2 earlier.
Absolutely. South Korea, they need to win the next 3 points in a row if they want to force this tiebreaker out of the Philippines. And there are 4 maps left in the pool. So 3 of these 4 maps will have to be played and won by South Korea. There's not that much choice, really.
Okay, Sentimental Surge, dense chord streams, super straightforward, but very risky considering their opponents. Unconquered, chord jacks, but not the easiest chord jacks in the world. And they are going to be, and we're going to be seeing Sentimental Surge, one of the OSU originals composed for this OSU Mania 7K World Cup. A very, very banger of music. It sounds so good.
Oh, but this is so tense right now. This is a 4-minute map. This is a stamina one. The dense chord stream at 190 BPM. And I mean, South Korea did win the other quad stream pick, the speed one. So you would think this is a fairly good pick for them. But we'll have to see how it goes. They'll have to win this one if they want to start mounting this comeback here.
Like, we have to note, this is still the first match of many this weekend, and we're also almost getting like some breakdown here in the commentary booth. How much more? Once we go into the other matches as well, which are super high stakes as well.
Yeah, what a first match of the weekend we're seeing.
Very?
Well, very, very, very early miss. That's within the first 50 notes. Not going to matter a huge amount as far as the score is concerned, but is going to have to build up that accuracy quite fast. And oh my, dress up.
Yeah, 99.94.
How's it going there?
Yeah, basically just turning off autoplay for 1 second and then going back on.
Why is it in Kuro? What are these accuracies? What is this ratio? This
very the only difference in these two teams, but that 99.4 is not super nutty.
That's absurd. These ratios are absurd right now. Berry 99.5 is extremely strong accuracy overall as well, but I mean 99.85 is somehow, some way the second worst accuracy in the lobby in this intro.
Well, to those watching, spectating this match from all over the world or wherever you are, please lend these players their energy as they are playing quite basically the most stamina intensive pick in this pool, and they are showing super nutty active form here.
This is absolutely insane. YZ is actually, that's going to be the first significant miss after Berry's one. But it is going to be the accuracy lead still in favor of South Korea. YZ finds another miss.
Berry is hitting quite early, as we've seen in the earlier pick. But still, South Korea should be able to maintain the lead as YZ recovers back to that 400 combo.
Yeah, with a pick this long, 4 minutes long, it's the accuracy that's really going to make the difference here. And YZ very clearly ahead of Berry right now as far as the accuracy. Dress Up does find a miss. This spices things up a little bit.
It's super clean though. It's basically just 0.02 behind Kura's accuracy. But the Philippines do have substantial combos. Berry does need to get that accuracy up though if they want to pull the lead to their end.
Yeah, Berry on a effective full combo, pseudo full combo here. It's only 40 combo off. Oh no! Oh
good
no.
one. Good one.
That one hurts. Okay, that one hurts. That is going to be a miss from Berry. Only full combo left is on Kuros. Oh my god, YZ.
Oh, that's a messy throw. That's a messy throw from YZ.
That was really messy. That's a big accuracy drop as well from YZ. And now all of a sudden we're back to being fairly close as far as the points go. Kura still the only one holding on to this full combo. Dressup's accuracy though is extremely high still.
South Korea really holding on to that advantage, like their lives depend on it.
Yeah, they still have this accuracy advantage overall. They just need to maintain this accuracy and not miss too much. They do have the advantage, but easier said than done.
Is starting to recover accuracy, so South Korea needs to pull ahead a bit more. Here we go, Tensor Chord streams. Oh my gosh, Kura! I don't want to mention Kura for the meantime. Berry dropping that substantial combo dresser as well.
But trades are fine for South Korea right now, as long as they don't give up misses for free. They are still in the lead off of the back of this accuracy. Dressup still holding accuracy a little bit above Kura. YZ still beating Berry in the accuracy. That's what's doing it right now. And we're towards the end of the map already. They just need to manage to hold on to this combo.
Definitely. Like, and South Korea, it does appear that they are pulling that advantage just a tad bit ahead, and South Korea should be able to pick up their 4th point in this match. I don't want to mention one of these scores. Why is he dropping that?
Oh, don't call it too early. Don't call it too early. YZ dropping a little bit, going within 4,000 points at the end. That was a little bit scary, but my 4,200s. Oh.
Dresser and Kura are decent at this game.
They're all right.
Very decent.
あなたの姿を
They've certainly been playing this game for at least a few weeks.
Oh man.
And yeah, the Kura FC as well. 992k once again getting above 990k. We're seeing one of these players.
I have a request to any of these players being on stream. Can I borrow your guys' hands? I need to upscore my Unter Himmel score on my profile just to get a few more PP in my profile. Thank you very much.
Please. But now, okay, now we're in a situation. Even though Philippines is in the lead technically in the score, I think this is actually a very tense situation for them because realistically, they're only one breakpoint away from having this slip out of their fingers once again. And they have to pick between two maps that they're not going to be easy to win against South Korea.
心が壊れても
Okay, so let's step back just a tad bit.
それはあなたを思う
Glorious is high BPM hybrid. It's going to be like considering like it's just classified as one of those. It's going to be a bit more straightforward. And you have hybrid 1, Savile, which is practically a chord stream chart. This guy's as a hybrid and they are going for that. So Glorious will not, the other also original in this pool will not be debuting in this match.
I mean, unless South Korea win this and then pick it themselves, that's a possibility.
That's a possibility indeed, but I would presume that they are going to be picking the remaining prize pick, which is the Core Jacks, should they extend this match by one more map.
Yeah, but we'll get to that when we get to that. For now, though, this is going to be Philippines' last pick. So this is the best chance that Philippines has to be able to take it right now over South Korea. If South Korea manage to win this, they have a very, very strong chance of bringing this match back and taking it to the tiebreaker. So this is an extremely important map.
Yeah, and similar to what happened at that semifinals match, you don't really want South Korea. You don't really want to enter a tiebreaker with South Korea because they are the ones that will immediately get the advantage pretty much.
I mean, I don't even know about that. I think with how this match is going, I don't know who to favor in the tiebreaker.
But like on a more practical sense, you would expect South Korea having like a bit more of the advantage. Though obviously the match does say it's going to be super close either way.
But man, here we go. 2 minutes long this one is. Another one that's very tense. Once again, we're going to see another map here that's going to be defined by the misses, you have to imagine.
Yeah, only 2 minutes. The Philippines bidding for that outright spot in the grand finals. South Korea bidding to extend this by one more map and going into their final pick of the match as well. So you would presume that this is also a tiebreaker bid for South Korea. YZ getting an early drop in this 2-minute pick, so there's not much really room for mistakes here, especially that the Philippines has been showing quite the ability to maintain these combos, especially that player above Berry right now, and Berry is not slacking as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, the accuracy still very close between the two teams. It's only that very early miss, and that was before the 400 mark as well for YZ. So a miss now would mean even more in terms of score than that earlier miss.
Dresser carrying the highest accuracy in this entire lobby, which is starting to pull the lead towards South Korea's side.
Yeah, accuracy from YZ now actually beating out Berry, approaching Kura's accuracy, and it's flickering back and forth despite the miss.
And does appear that it might be advantage South Korea, though YZ actually dropping accuracy and that combo as well, giving the Philippines that precious advantage that they need.
And oh my god, those LNs are so tense! Everyone comboing through them. Similar accuracies, all four players have basically the exact same accuracies, but a couple of misses for South Korea. That's all the difference, and YZ finds another one.
Oh man, you have to keep your head down and stay and look forward still.
But the accuracy lead is still in South Korea's favor. YZ is tying Berry's accuracy right now despite the misses.
Oh my goodness, if you're in the Philippines right now, you have to be shaking. Like, obviously, I think everybody is aware of my nationality, but I have to still stay impartial. YZ still already kind of recovering very well. Dresser being pretty much nutty. But,
Oh my god.
oh my
That is going to
goodness.
be it. That is double full combo for the
and-
Philippines.
Oh my god. And the Philippines pulling off a miracle, booking their place in the Oceania 7K World Cup Grand Finals. And, oh man,
And that is it. That is going to be number 1 seed sent down
Oh,
to the
man.
losers bracket. Philippines securing top 2 and also completing the revenge run against their semifinals opponent from last year.
wow. Oh man. Okay, let me just say something. South Korea is going to be one heck of a titan in the losers bracket, and all of the teams have to be super wary of that, especially going into next weekend. And the Philippines, what can I say?
That was an absolutely insane performance.
Let me just say one line in Filipino. May himala. A miracle has happened. Wow.
And that is going to be it for the first match. Philippines going to be in the grand finals. And, you know, this is the sign. Maybe if they can pull this off again, perhaps next week, it could be
Who knows?
the first
Who knows?
the first winner that is not South Korea in a very, very long time for the 7-Key World Cup. But that
And
said,
20
actually, we actually don't have
that
any
champ-
time. We have no time to dwell on that match. We have another match that started 4 minutes ago. We have
Yeah.
no time here. And
Yeah,
this
okay.
one, Malaysia versus China, we are not stepping down at all in the intensity
Yeah.
because this is seed 3 and 4.
Yeah, like fate just says it that the matches don't want us to rest. Okay, let's give a preview. Malaysia unfortunately dropping to the losers bracket against the Philippines because of some situation regarding real life. I mean, we cannot blame the players at all for having that situation. Though I do hope that they're doing very well, and especially considering their opponent, the 2016 MWC 7K World Champions, also the runner-up from last year, Team China. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me give a few moments to process what happened
You
earlier.
gotta calm down a little bit after that match, but unfortunately we don't have much time here. It is going to be Malaysia versus China. Malaysia seed number 3, China seed number 4, if I remember correctly. And this is going to be really close, you would have to imagine. One thing that I will say to point out is that, I mean, Chiwi from the Malaysian team has been having an absolutely absurd performance so far this tournament. So if he keeps it up, that is going to be a very big boon for Team Malaysia, you would have to imagine. But China as well, you know, we have players like Turks from China, players like, you know, Zhang Fan, Chi Qingding, very, very strong in the late game. So now that we're in finals pool, I think a lot of these Chinese players are really going to start shining.
I'm still speechless. But anyways, let me try to go back to where I've been. Anyways, this is practically like one of the rare matches in this World Cup. Like it's kind of weird to say this, but this is actually the first match that we're aware that this might be a noodle versus noodle match.
Yeah, I was trying to think about this before as well, but I do think of both of these teams as predominantly LN teams as well. Malaysia, of course, having, you know, Chiwi and Neo both extremely strong in LNs. China have been winning out a lot of the LN picks so far as well. So interesting to see where this is going to decide to go. And I mean, you know, it's very possible that we see potentially 2 Rice bans.
Yeah. I mean, like after this match, there is still something cooking as well, and I am scheduled to commentate that as well. So I'm not going to get any breaks at all, going off 2 hours of sleep. But anyways, Malaysia going to be banning Rice for the core Jack pick, which I do think is a very good pick from Malaysia here. China does appear that they have the better Rice accuracy between these two teams, and core Jacks do favor accuracy very much. And China is going to be banning Hybrid 2, which honestly, like, if you're China, you know that Malaysia is strong in LNs, but you have to keep that LN pool open for yourself as well. And you are also aware that Malaysia is is pretty decent at Rice, and you want to keep the Rice open in your options as well. So hybrids are basically the safest way you go into bans.
It's very hard for these two teams because I feel like there's not really any obvious avenues of attack for either of them because they are fairly similar as far as skill sets are concerned, as we just said. There's no kind of Rice versus LN dichotomy like we see in the previous match just there. So it'll be interesting to see what they decide to go for. And I mean, China's coming right out with it. They're going for coordination right out the gates. And I guess it does make sense given that I believe China was the number one team, if we think all the way back to the qualifiers. I mean, ages ago, of course, but China was the number one team on that stage 4 map.
Well, they are going to be going for one of the ban picks in the previous match, which is LN coordination. China does appear super strong, like in LN coordination overall. Like they have been super phenomenal in the picks, pretty much in that category.
Yeah, absolutely. But one thing that you have to kind of mention as well is that Malaysia didn't ban this, and I think that any team that doesn't ban the LN coordination is pretty good at LN coordination. Especially when you have these two here. Malaysia, we don't really expect to see many swaps from the Malaysian team. Chiwi and Neo should be the two players that we're seeing throughout basically the whole match, I imagine. The Chinese team, though, actually has 4 players where all 4 of them are very capable with these late game stuff. Kind of, I would say, almost on even ground, depending on the pick. So we may see some more swaps coming in from China throughout the match. Definitely we will expect to see Turks coming in at some point.
And here we go with the first pick in this match, which I do think is going to be quite lengthy as well.
Chiwi with 4,600 combo. Insane. Yeah. How did he do that so fast?
Yeah. Yeah, it's the 30 Climby pretty much, I would think, or something like that.
Yeah,
there you go.
Taking a new definition of combo gaming here, but it seems that China are looking a little bit more comfortable out the bat here. Neo finding an early miss, Chiwi struggling in the accuracy a little bit, down below 99%, but Van Wilder and Satori both above this 99% with FCs.
Well, you would really expect China to carry on as Chiwi getting a very uncharacteristic drop on that spacebar column, and like, given that this is LN coordination, like for those who are not into Osimania 7K, like LN coordination picks tend to be that pick where combo matters a lot. Especially that combo builds up super slow in picks like these, and it's easy to miss as well.
Yeah, I mean, we can see, like, Neo missed quite a while ago, it feels like, but still not up to that 400 combo mark. It takes a very long time when there's notes this far apart, and Neo Chiwi finding repeated misses here. And I mean, it's looking like this map is already over. This is still the double full combo from China. Like, my god.
Yeah, China just saying, like, not easy to combo, huh? Yeah, they're basically saying the opposite of what I just said earlier about LN coordination picks. But yeah, that's Team China in the nutshell.
I mean, that was certainly a first pick right here. Double full combo. This is what I would call the combo gamer country here from China, showing their true abilities.
Turks going in immediately, changing allegiances to Malaysia, I presume, for Chiwi XD. Yeah, just had to add the XD in the end. So yeah, there you go. Turks will be coming in for Van Wilder.
Yeah, very, very solid first pick from China, but now Malaysia get their own pick, and of course that is the only like fully coordination focused map of the pool. So China probably not going to get one that's that dominant for the rest of the match, but now Malaysia are going to try to look for what they want to start aiming for throughout this match, whether that's LN or maybe we might see some Rice coming out.
This might be that one match as well where, honestly, opening up with a hybrid pick might be also a safe route to go for.
Yeah, that is true. If the players are, feeling a little bit more comfortable with that, those hybrid picks, then definitely could be one to look for early on.
And again, while we're waiting for some action to happen, the Osimania 7K World Cup team support banners are up on the OSU store. If you want to support these teams who are playing in this World Cup and want to have some profile swag as well, feel free to purchase them. And there's also the Open Collective initiative that was started last year to help increase the prize pool for these players that are obviously playing for glory and everyone's entertainment, pretty much destroying their hardware and their hands in the process.
And here we go. This is going to be the hybrid pick. Hybrid 1, the last map that we saw in the last match, but we're going to be seeing it early here. And Chiwi stepping out of the room for a little bit, should be back though. I cannot imagine ever switching out Chiwi for Malaysia.
Yeah, it might be Kiwi just trying to get some of the settings down. Like maybe those incorrect. Like I do think that the LN coordination misses from Kiwi earlier might be uncharacteristic as well, because you would expect Kiwi to be able to comfortably combo that as well. So maybe trying to get the issue out of the way before the first pick, obviously.
And it looks like both of the Malaysian players have just left. We're now on a 0 versus 2 here in this lobby.
Kiwi did mention that they are immediately using their tactical timeout super early into the match. Well, it's a good way to use it. Like get the issues out of the way, pretty much.
Yeah, I want to make sure there's no technical issues, especially on a match that's this close on paper, right? Just a single map. If you manage to lose, especially a breakpoint, might not be able to come back from it later on against a team like China. So
yeah, and just on a more personal note, like at least it also gives us in the commentary booth some room to breathe.
Oh yeah, now is the time to relax. Now's the time to relax after the first match. Just while we have this tactical timeout, at least breathe in and out just a little bit.
Yeah. Well, while we're waiting for the action to happen, what else can we talk about?
I'm just chilling. I'm just good to talk about nothing for a little bit, because I do need to calm down for a bit as well. Just a little bit of a hot minute.
Yeah.
But this is one, of course, this is a loser's bracket match. Important to note that the loser of this match will be eliminated in the tied 5th position of the tournament. And the winner will actually go on to face one more match. So the winner of this is guaranteed top 4 and will verse the winner of the other loser's bracket match for a chance of being top 3, guaranteeing the podium. And both of these teams are definitely eyeing up that podium position for themselves.
Now it does appear that Satori is left alone in their devices, as Trix does appear that they are going to be back just a bit, taking advantage of the timeout as well. Well, anyways, while we're waiting for everything to pick up, I mean, let's just mention the other losers bracket match as well is going to be a spicy one. It's US versus Japan, BMS versus BMS practically.
Oh yeah, and actually, now that you're mentioning it, we have two LN teams on this side, and the other side we have 2 Rice teams, USA and Japan. Yeah. So very interesting situation we have built up here. So either way, no matter what happens in these 2 matches, we're looking at a Rice versus LN second match tomorrow.
Yeah. And here's the thing, the US is the only non-Asian team remaining in this World Cup as well, and they've made quite a phenomenal run. I mean, the reason why China is even in the losers bracket in the first place is that they lost against the United States in on a tiebreaker back during quarterfinals weekend.
Okay, but it's looking like right now all the players are in the lobby. Shouldn't be too long until we're getting into the map once more. Hopefully all the issues have been resolved from the side of Malaysia, but we've got everyone in for now, so at least it's not a 0 versus 2 map.
Definitely. And, well, I guess this is a time when our short momentary break just to reflect on a few things is done as you enter the second pick of this match. Also, just to get it out of the way, OMG, it's Tash the Suffer Man!
Okay then.
Yeah.
So here we go.
Yeah.
This one, of course, this is going to be just 2 minutes long. So another short map that we're seeing. All of these misses are going to matter a lot, but out of the gates here, actually pretty nice accuracy lead for Malaysia as both the Chinese players drop down a little bit below the Malaysian counterparts here.
Yeah, this is what I've been mentioning, that hybrids might be the safest pick going for Malaysia, though Neo committing quite like a characteristic miss right there, which you don't really want in a pick this short.
Yeah, dropping accuracy quite a lot now as well, dropping below 99%, and another miss coming out from Neo. Now China starting to pull ahead with the lead. Chiwi is holding a really, really high accuracy though. So still chances for Malaysia keep in this, but they're going to need to hope for perhaps a miss from China.
Like, I do think that we'll be expecting Chiwi to practically do some... Oh, okay, Satori and Turks throwing a spanner in the works and basically kicking the score advantage bar to Malaysia's side immediately. But we're still halfway through the map, so anything can still happen. Turks getting yet another drop.
But one thing is, look at these accuracies. Those misses from China came with massive accuracy tanks, and now Neo is actually above both of the Chinese players. Both China down below 99%, and look at Chiwi, still full combo, 99.7, absolutely dominating this lobby right now.
Well, if there were any issues earlier in the first pick, they're definitely gone now. And Satori dropping as well, as Malaysia is going to be looking into stretching that lead just a tad bit more going into the final quarter of the start. Neo and Chiwi unfortunately dropping their respectable combos. Neo following that up, but the Malaysian advantage is very well there.
Yeah, they can afford a couple misses now with this accuracy lead from Chiwi. It's going to take a little bit more than that for the lead to shrink, and it is going to be Malaysia securing their first point there, with Chiwi managing to maintain that accuracy through the entire map. That is crazy. I think even with that miss, that still beats all of the scores that we saw in the other two teams that played earlier, which is insane to say.
Yeah, as we've been mentioned over the players from the previous match that just happened, that I'm pretty sure we won't be able to wipe that off our memories for a long time. Chiwi's pretty decent at the game.
Yeah, Chiwi just beat 3 of those players FCs with a 1 miss score, just through sheer AC alone. This is how Chiwi has been playing so far in this tournament, and if he keeps it up, this is going to be a very tight match. Malaysia managing to win their own point. Now it's China again. They're going back to the LN pool. They're going to pick the LN release this time.
Well, if there's anything about this pick similar to... If there's anything about this pick that we've seen it from the previous match, this is super easy to miss on. It's super wacky.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We saw a massive amount of misses coming through from the players in the previous one. So very hard to hold on, and also very, very difficult to try and keep any kind of accuracy. We're going to definitely expect a couple of, more than a couple of scores that dip below that 99% mark.
Yeah, and let me just mention that this might be actually the first pick where we're truly going to be seeing that LN versus LN dynamic in this match. Because like LN coordination, I mean, in a way, like we would really expect China to pick that up, but We've already seen that the Malaysian players did have a few issues with their hardware, I presume. Well, now we go for the third map in this match while we're waiting for Satori to load in.
Yeah, hopefully it's not the 1v2 going on right now. But either way, it's looking like China is in a big lead.
Yeah, just a million point advantage, really.
But it's shrinking rapidly. As we can see, Chibi actually finding a miss. I'm not sure if Satori's actually playing or not, or if this is a client thing, but we can comment on what we're seeing right now, and actually that's Chibi and Neo both finding misses. Van Wilder beating both of their accuracies while maintaining that full combo.
Now, like, if you're that one player really who's leaning more towards the combo side, this is that one pick that you want them in.
Okay, here we are. Satori is playing. We're getting that confirmation, it's looking like here. And we are a third of the way into the map. It is China in the lead. Still the full combo from Van Wilder, the only one in the lobby with the full combo. And Neo finds another drop. These accuracies in favor of China pretty massively as well. Actually, no, not pretty massively. Neo's accuracy just shoots up. Thanks, client. Chiwi finding a miss again. So now it is still China in the lead by about 10 to 15,000 points.
Well, if this, as I mentioned, like the accuracy factor here, I mean, obviously it will always be a thing. Like you still want to release accurately here, but considering what we've seen as well on the previous match, like this is that one strategy where you really want to limit those misses, and we're seeing the effects of that. Van Wilder still carrying that full combo very, very well, going into the halfway point of this map.
Yeah, these combos from China, we're just seeing Satori looking like only missed the one time earlier in the map when we didn't see. But actually, now Van Wilder dropping the full combo, but that is a singular miss, not going to hurt the score too much.
Well, and especially Satori is just right there with a 4,500 combo, just backing that off.
But these accuracies now are actually fairly close. Actually, looking at it, in favor of Malaysia even is the accuracy right now, with Neo holding the highest accuracy in the lobby. Van Wilder and Chiwi holding tied accuracies, but Chiwi finds another miss.
Not something you want if you're Team Malaysia.
It's all in this combo game.
Yeah, Chiwi getting yet another drop in this, I would say 8-bit pattern. Here we go with a reverting stare that gets faster and faster. Neo, the only player tripping up on that section.
The outro section now, this lead has only grown a little bit wider over time, and Neo finds another break. China still refusing to miss.
Yeah, it's China's point this time around. And similar to the previous match, the first 3 picks go their way to whoever picked them.
Yeah, I mean, this one definitely much closer than the first map that we saw coming out of China, but still overall fairly comfortable given how well they were able to hold the combos. So it is going to be 2-1 now. China managing to win another one, and now Malaysia, they get the next pick. And I wonder if Malaysia are going to pick the other hybrid.
Which would be nice to see, because Glorious is a really good track. Again, one of the OSU originals composed for this Mania 7K World Cup. And the other OSU original that hasn't been shown on stream just yet. So we saw Sentimental Surge earlier in the previous match. I'm pretty sure we're already trying to not mention what teams are involved in that previous match. I just noticed.
But oh, actually, hang on a second. LN5 is going to be the pick, Virtual to Live. This one, of course, a very different LN map overall compared to the other two that we've seen already. So this one may not necessarily be in China's favor. This might be a good pick, especially given what we know that Chiwi is capable of in maps like these.
And considering that this is one of the easier LN picks as well, I mean, you would expect Neo to be able to keep up with Chiwi as well. So it's a good pick for Malaysia. Again, as I mentioned in the primer of this match, LN versus LN.
But it's always so scary against China, against these players here. You know, we've seen Satori and Van Wilder playing these LN maps. They're not very good at missing. they will hold these combos. So Malaysia cannot afford to really miss much, even though it is a 4-minute long map. You know, we expect the accuracy to matter a little bit more, but these misses can still be absolutely deadly.
Well, only thing Malaysia has to hope for is that they are able to hold on figuratively and literally. Given that the length of this chart, I mean, and we've already mentioned this as well over the past few weekends, the longer picks, this is where you really want your accuracy to be very high as well. Considering that either the longer picks are going to be tending towards the lighter end of the pool, as we saw Kiwi getting a very early drop. I mean, it's super early again, like easy to recover in a chart like this.
But, and I mean, Chiwi still has the highest ACK of the lobby as well, 99.7 even with the miss, so it is going to be perfectly fine still for Malaysia. They are still going to be able to take the lead back if all players manage to hold their combos, and
Satori, there you go,
is going to find a miss, so it's going to go straight back to Malaysia's side. Malaysia still do have this accuracy advantage due to Chiwi.
But that advantage is going to be very, very small. But anyways, again, it's still super early. There's still 75% of this chart remaining. And we're going to be seeing most of the brunt really of if there are any drops in these dense sections that like the ones we're seeing right now.
Oh, and this lead is getting quite small. Van Wilder and Neo right now tying each other, both with the full combo, both with the same accuracy. Chiwi and Satori, the two players that have missed, it's very slightly in favor of Chiwi as far as this accuracy goes, but Satori is not very far behind at all. This is only like a 1,000 or 2,000 point lead for Malaysia.
Well, now the density is going to be like just going down pretty much, going into this short break section. And this is where you kind of want to try not to commit any mistakes at all. And it does appear that Kiwi is starting to recover that accuracy drop that they had before the first chorus.
Yes, Satori actually the one that's dropping a little bit of 200s now, down to 99.3, but still managing to hold a decent accuracy overall.
Van Wilder and Neo... Okay, never mind. I was about to mention their full combos, but never mind. Neo, the only full combo left in this multiplayer room.
The battle of the two combo gamers being won out by Neo so far. And it is going to be Malaysia extending their lead just by a bit, but not by much still. There's still a lot of the map left.
Well, if there's anything, this is actually a bit denser than the first quarter. So, seeing as Malaysia has maintained that lead, so far so good for them. Though I have to mention Kiwi and Satori did drop their accuracies as well. You are like, as we have been looking at it, like we're basically looking at Kiwi and Satori's accuracy. Neo finally dropping their full combo. Van Wilder trading. Trades do favor whoever is in the lead, and Malaysia has it.
But that said, Neo is dropping an accuracy just a little bit more than Van Wilder did. So this accuracy lead is starting to shrink, but Satori finding a miss, traded with Neo's second miss just earlier. And it's going to mean that Malaysia maintains their lead for the moment. And it is still Chiwi in the lead right now. Early miss in the map, but other than that, it's
effectively a full combo.
Yeah, it has been a full combo since the first 10 seconds of the map.
And Malaysia is actually looking at pulling a bit further, even with Neo dropping.
Oh, but this lead is not very big. They can't afford many misses, and Neo misses again. This score lead's going to start shrinking just a little bit. Accuracy lead still in favor of Malaysia.
Well, they just need, again, I mentioned, they just need to hold on to these long notes.
Yeah, Satori
getting another drop.
Finding a miss, and the opportunities for China to come back are starting to run out right now. Neo finding one miss towards the end, but that's just going to be it. Malaysia managed to secure their second point. That is going to be a Chiwi almost FC. Just the very, very early drop.
And we're back to square one. Effectively a best of 9 match.
Yeah, strong performances on their own picks for both teams so far. And now it's up to China. Do China keep picking the LNs? Because these LNs are not very straightforward anymore for either team.
Well, I mean, to be fair, there's still the LN density, but that's far from straightforward. Anyways, if I do think though, considering the Turks has basically come in yet again, I'm looking at they should be picking Rice now.
Yeah, Turks is definitely a player who is extremely strong at Rice. So we would expect potentially a Rice pick, unless they decide to go wacky and pick the hybrid, but really everything's on the table right here. We don't have much knowledge of how it will play out with either of these teams on the Rise just yet.
And they're going to be picking Sentimental Surge, so going immediately for the outright the longest pick in this pool. Or actually, is it the longest pick in this pool? Because Virtual to Live might be...
We have a couple of 4-minute ones. Yeah, Virtual to Live and Sentimental Surge, but either way, we're seeing them right after each other. So long pick after long pick, and it is going to be the chord stream, the dense chord stream pick at 4 minutes long. So this is the consistency that's needed for this pick.
Yeah, and I was about to mention we're going to be seeing Turks and King Keating going for this pick. Basically, their Rice duo. Malaysia are going to be staying with their rock, basically with Neo and Kiwi.
Yeah, a full team changeover for China. We did say that the whole Chinese team is kind of equally capable on very, very difficult maps like these ones. Malaysia are going to be keeping their core duo though for this. We'll see how this plays out for China, the ones that picked it here. Very early AC lead. I mean, everyone's above like 99.6, so it doesn't really mean much. Chiwi is kind of just gaming right now, as we saw Dressurf did before.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to expect it really from basically your best player, your country's best player, pretty much hands down. But
Yeah.
anyways, well, we're going to have to look carefully into these other players, especially Neo, given their they are a combo player pretty much in this match, but you just kind of have to be concerned if they're able to maintain that consistency. Though it does appear it's so far so good.
Yeah, right now, Neo, Turks, and Ching Chiding very, very close as far as the accuracy goes. It's only Chiwi right now with the 99.9 somehow, some way. But Ching Chiding finding the first break. That's going to be Malaysia getting a little bit of an advantage early here.
It's a pretty clean drop from Ching Ding as well, but never mind. That is actually a pretty messy drop this time around. And is that miss something for the client, or is that really a miss?
Hard to say until we start up again, but we do actually have Neo, we can see, has dropped accuracy as well just recently, down to 99.3, actually below Ching Ding's accuracy after the drop. So as far as accuracy goes, oh, is that a real drop?
I've seen a few moments, but as it stands, it does appear so.
That was a massive one if that was the case. Down below 99%. No, never mind. That was a fake drop. That was client. 99.3. So tying Neo as far as the accuracy goes. Neo finding a miss now.
But Kiwi and Kiwi's accuracy advantage. Well, I mean, you have to look like Neo and King Keating's accuracies are practically similar, and Kiwi has been winning the accuracy duel as well with Turks. Both of them carrying the only full combos in this lobby. As you enter a short break section here.
So here's the thing, we've got two 1v1s happening right now. Neo and Ching Ding right now, same accuracy, both one miss each, so they have basically exactly even scores. Turks and Chiwi, the two full combos for their teams, that is being won out just by a little bit by Chiwi in terms of the accuracy. 99.86. It's not possible. 99.86 is absurd. But here we go with the trill. Everyone hitting that trill. We're not going to see another collapse on that one. This is over 1 to 10 ratio, by the way. Just saying, from Chiwi.
And Neo getting it a drop, and might give China that glimpse of that glimpse of that accuracy score advantage that they do need, but Kiwi just doing enough to keep the lead on their end as Neo has recovered. Oh man, never mind.
Finding another miss from Neo, and I think that's enough to just barely get China in the lead. Now Qing Jiding actually having the higher accuracy over Neo, so that is going to help them a lot. And it's flickering back and forth. This is Chiwi managing to just by sheer willpower keep it over on Malaysia's side somehow.
And like these patterns are not the easiest to combo at all. But
The ACK is going up. Chiwi's ACK is going up. It's 99.87. How?
We have to remember this is the Osimania 7K World Cup, and they're playing this as if this is a jump speed.
This is an insane score. This is insane, but this is so insanely close at the same time. One misses difference, and oh my god, Chiwi dropping the full combo, traded.
As well traded.
But that was such an important score.
And trading.
Now it's flickering back and forth. It could go to either player. I think it might be in China's favor. No, it stays in Malaysia's favor for now. The accuracy lead is enough for them to just barely hold this advantage. And it's Turks still with the full combo. But it's looking like it's not going to be enough at the end. Qing Jiding finds
and
the
Malaysia
last
gets the
miss.
first break point.
1,697 points. That is a ridiculous ratio. What is that, Chiwi? 1 to 12.
Oh boy. What a way to get your first break point as well.
Yeah, that is absolutely insane. A close one as well. Less than 2,000 points, and Malaysia now they're in the driver's seat for this match. They get to choose what to pick next, and they could very well secure a 2-point lead. But they need to pick really carefully because China is very, very capable. They're going to go with the LNs.
Well, I would presume this is Malaysia just sticking to their strategy plan pretty much. Now, it might be the Turks should be staying here, and we might either be seeing Satori or Van Wilder here. But considering that this is mixed LN, mixed LN, and this is a bit wacky as well in terms of like patterning, we might be seeing Van Wilder maybe coming in instead of Satori.
I mean, the way that I see it between those two players is Satori perhaps has the better accuracy, but Van Wilder is the better for combo in general, I feel like. It is looking like it's going to be Van Wilder coming in, so combo gaming we have on the table here. Turks as well, so I mean this Chinese roster right now, these two players are very, very, very good at holding combo.
Yeah, I just got confused because Turks did mention about Satori in the chat. So
yeah, potential. I mean, maybe we're going to see another switch out, Turks versus Satori. That would also make sense.
Yeah, I mean, just be with your full LN team pretty much. But like, Turks LN is no slack at all. Either way.
Oh, absolutely. Turks is terrifying in everything.
Yeah.
But Satori coming in here for China, we're going to have another full switch out for the Chinese team. It's looking like they have their own separate teams for the LN and the Rice picks, which is refreshing to see this late in the tournament. Not very often you have this kind of roster.
Yeah, just like some people you could really depend on certain picks, because usually in a World Cup setting you really want like the players you have to at least be capable really of covering the other skill set that they're not really strong at. Relatively, obviously, because like everyone here is super strong. We're just mere mortals compared to these extraterrestrials.
Okay, here we go. This is Malaysia's pick, but at the same time, this is not a very safe one. They managed to win Virtual to Live just before by a small amount.
Well, if anything though, this is harder than Virtual to Live.
Let's see if that ends up paying out for them. Oh, this is very, very close between the two teams, basically tied in accuracy.
Which of these two teams are going to be blinking first? Because no signs at all. Malaysia with the immediately getting pretty much the smaller of the two. smallest of the advantages, and China is right there just trying to pull it back ahead to their end. Malaysia is appear to pulling it ahead on their pulling just a tad bit ahead.
Yeah, Van Wilder finding a little bit of an accuracy drop down to 99.3.
And a miss.
That is a miss, so that is going to be Malaysia starting to get a little bit of an advantage. We're a third of the way in, and here we go with even more dense patterns here.
And Yo trading that miss from Van Wilder, which should be... But Van Wilder, ooh, 2 consecutive drops, and that be giving Malaysia a bit more of a breathing room. Satori dropping their full combo, Kiwi pretty much being Kiwi here. Malaysia immediately stretching that lead.
Yeah, pretty messy misses from China there. So now both Neo and Chiwi with really, really strong accuracies above the Chinese players, and also with less misses as well, of course, with Chiwi on that full combo. So it is going to be a lead, a very significant lead actually, growing in favor of Malaysia, but there's still an entire half of the map left, so they cannot afford to miss very much still.
Well, there's still the final third of this chart, so no reason really to let up. Especially that China will be right there behind their backs, ready to take advantage of any mistakes. And here we go.
Yeah, China going to start building up the accuracies as well, so they should manage to close the gap somewhat as far as the accuracy lead is concerned. And Neo finding another break.
But it's a pretty clean break though, relatively, so pretty much Malaysia should be able to maintain advantage, especially Neo has recovered quickly to that 400 combo. And Satori trading with 2 consecutive misses, so that gives Malaysia a bit more of a breathing room.
And now we're at the end of the map already, very close to the end, and this lead from Malaysia has just grown bigger and bigger over time. Chiwi breaking the full combo.
Neo and Satori as well trading, but Malaysia doing well enough to get their 4th point on the board.
Yeah, it's just too late in the map. Unfortunate full combo drop at the end from Chiwi, but did more than enough there. 985k is going to secure that 4th point now. 4-2. Malaysia have managed to stretch out a definite lead here in the match. And now it's China on the back foot. They're going to have to start picking now. And it looks like with Turks joining the room, both of the other players leaving.
Right.
Yeah, it looks like they're looking towards the rice pool once again.
Now here, and like if Sentimental Surge was any sign of things to come, we might be seeing something super close. Though, here's the thing. China has Turks, and they're basically nutty. Like, there's that Rice 1, that gate, that open hole right there, that they can immediately take advantage of if they want to. I mean, obviously, there's also Freedom Dive as well. Like, if they want to take advantage of their overall speed, pretty much. I'm not sure if any of the 3 Rice picks are something that they'd want to touch this early at this stage. And there you go, they're going to go for Rice 1.
Yeah, Rice 1 is going to be the pick, the speed one that we haven't seen so far. And actually kind of interesting to note, because of all the LN picks being picked up, there's only 2 non-Rice picks left. So yeah. A lot of these maps are going to start to be Rice as we approach the end of the match.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there's still also Hybrid 3 still open as well for picking, but I'm pretty much intrigued as why is everyone, even the players of the previous match, are avoiding it like the plague. Right, here we go with Mitsuyoshi Takenobu no Ototo, Wakuma no Yuenki, which is a primary speed pick of this pool. This is the first time this is going to be picked on stream.
Okay, and a pick from Team China as well. We are seeing both of the players switching out once again for their Rice team. Chiwi and Neo staying in for Malaysia.
By their usernames. Okay, guys, introducing you guys to the Malaysian duo Niwi 10.
Niwi and Shio.
Anyways, here we go.
It's going to be one that we may very well see quite a lot of misses on. Very hard to maintain the combo on these kind of picks.
Oh, Malaysia with a very strong start.
Yeah, Chiwi somehow getting the ratio on those rolls at the start there. But it is only a small accuracy lead. All four full combos still up, and the combo is what's really important for now. Neo and Qingqi both trading. Messy misses from both of them, but Neo finding repeated breaks, and now China's going to start taking the lead.
Yeah, these delay patterns are not going to be super abrasive. Neo getting yet another drop, and Qingqi trading some of them, but
oh my god, all four
misses across the board. But like China's combo advantage that was built up, especially with Neo's earlier misses, really showing just how difficult this start is.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the accuracies overall, they're not actually that far apart. Chiwi is very handily beating Turks right now, but Qingqi is definitely holding the accuracy lead over Neo so far, but all of these accuracies are starting to build back up again during this kind of break section, but we're getting right back into it in just a second. We can see here it's a 15,000 point lead for China.
Well, just to note, Kiwi is the only person getting 99% and they haven't dropped below that. Yeah.
Yeah, 99.4 is extremely strong, but Neo finding another miss. It's going to go a little bit more in China's favor for now. Turks now hitting that 99% as well, so the accuracy is going towards China as well. But oh, that's a double miss.
That's a messy drop as well from... But Neo though, like... I mean, I don't blame Neo at all for this pick because like this is ridiculously hard to be consistent on. I don't blame him. Like this is still a really good score, a score that I would never dream of ever getting.
Yeah, these just patterns are just absurdly hard to maintain any semblance of control or combo on at all, and it ends up working well for China at the end of the day. They do end up coming out on top. Chiwi with the only 99%, 99.46, kind of dominating the accuracy on in this lobby here, but it is going to be China earning a much needed point. They're keeping it within one with Malaysia.
Now, if you're Malaysia here, like there's not really much left in that LN pool. I mean, obviously there's still LN3, Cryonics, which is a density pick, and there's also Glorious, where again, why is everyone avoiding it like the plague?
No one is interested in picking it just yet, but I mean, Malaysia could go to one of those too. I don't think they really want to be touching the rice too much. I think they should just let China pick those for now. LN density is looking okay given how they performed on the other ones.
Yeah, Cryonics might be their best pick for this time around. But then you have to realize that Malaysia has to win a rice pick in any form pretty much.
Yeah, they do have to necessarily win. I mean, they technically don't have to win a rice pick. They can win Cryonics, Glorious, and then the tiebreaker.
Yeah, but
that's enough points.
I'm pretty sure no one wants to see that. Like any of these, we spectators, we want to see the tiebreaker. The players, they probably don't want to see the tiebreaker.
Definitely not. But Malaysia going for Cryonics. This is going to be a fairly solid pick for them, the LN density, and so far at least, the LN picks have been working out well for them, aside from those two China picks.
So Van Roller will be staying here, and I do presume that Satori should be taking the other slot here. And Malaysia still staying with their Niwi and Kyo duo.
No kidding.
Just to get that joke in, pretty much. Anyways, let's go back to basically the Malaysians rock, pretty much. Ooh, okay. Wait a second.
Seems like just a disconnect, bit of internet issues on the side of Malaysia here. Chiwi's going to be kicked and rejoin. Shouldn't take too long though.
Well, I do hope that there are no further issues later on in this match, because like we want to see more of Chiwi's impressive performances in this match. Lengthy amount of time remaining in this match. If if these pick trades just keep on going.
Yeah, absolutely. We're getting some like really long matches here, going the full distance basically. This one is looking like it's going to keep up with the same pattern as well. But Malaysia, they're going to have to win this one if they want to keep the lead. 1.5 minutes long, so this one is very dangerous, all things considered. We know that China can absolutely keep up when it comes to the combo on these LN picks. So if Malaysia find a couple of unfortunate misses, China have the advantage of winning a breakpoint back.
Well, while we're on a break in action, I mean, let me do this fast. Osu Mania 7K World Cup 2023 team support banners are up on the Osu store. Feel free to purchase it if you want to support these teams and have some profile swag. There's also the Open Collective Initiative, where basically all of your donations are going to the prize pool. They basically these players are going to be suffering in these pools pretty much in this tournament, and they really deserve quite a big prize pool pretty much. Okay, finally got that out of the way.
Yeah, so definitely go check that out. There is a link there in the chat as well, so go check it out if you want to support any of the teams that are in the tournament here. Malaysia and China definitely looking for some support right now as we're getting into yet another pick from Malaysia here. We're going to see the last LN pick being picked, all 5 of them being played in the match, which is cool to see.
Well, now if you're Malaysia, I mean, if there's anything you just want to get this map out of the way, just try to get out of this unscathed. You're China, you're looking at tying this up.
Absolutely, and here we go. These patterns can be absolutely brutal if you find a mistake. It could just drag your accuracy down a huge amount. And so far, everyone with the full combo, slight advantage in favor of Malaysia, but Neo finds the first miss.
I know their dude does trade that, so Kiwi and Satori practically carrying similar accuracies. I mean, Kiwi has the accuracy advantage over Satori, but that's super minuscule.
Yeah, definitely. And just one miss apiece. It's all in the accuracy so far. And Neo and Van Wild are very close. Neo just with a little bit of the lead. That's going to basically be the entire advantage for Malaysia so far. And we can see, oh, actually, Neo finding a little bit of an accuracy drop down to 99.1. That's automatically going to give the lead over to China.
Yeah, that's not really something you want to happen. Though, if there's anything going for Neo, like, they're still holding on to that combo, and the lead is starting to get pulled back on Malaysia's side by the power of Kiwi. Unfortunately, Neo dropping that combo, so the lead goes back to the Chinese side.
Yeah, so close between these two teams. Neo finding another accuracy drop coming along with that miss, so China are going to manage to hold out at the end. Can they hold it out in this intro? But they do have the advantage, so it should be safe for them. It is going to be a breakpoint right back for China.
And we're tied up 4-4 on a virtual best of 5 now.
Yeah, 2 full combos there at the bottom, Chiwi and Satori, but just one too many misses from Neo, and that is going to be 4-4. As you said, now China get the next pick. We are tied up perfectly. No LN picks left. It has to go to the Rice or the Hybrid for Team China.
Now, if you're China, I mean, I'd say they might be going for Freedom Die for the meantime. Like, I'm kidding, Crosso and the Ultimate Battle. I mean, Rice 7 might be a decent pick as well. But yeah, considering their form on Rice 1, Freedom Dive might be their safer of the picks.
I don't know about Freedom Dive, given that they did lose Sentimental Surge, so the Chord Stream is something that Chiwi at least is very, very comfortable with, and I wouldn't be wanting to come up against that kind of score. They're going to go with Cross Soul, actually, so
going the other way from what us commentators have been saying. So this is the first time we'll be seeing Cross Soul, if I am not mistaken.
I think it was played in the previous match.
Yeah, that
It's
previous match.
very, very long time ago now. It
Yeah.
felt like a couple of years since that match has happened. But
Yeah.
this is going to be another fairly short one, all things considered. So we are going to be seeing China switching out the players once again. The back and forth happening.
Well, if there's anything that is going for Malaysia, at least on this pick, they are capable of doing breakpoints on the rice picks.
Absolutely. This one could really go either way. And it's all going to come down to, who chokes where. Where did the accuracy drops come in? Where did the misses come in for either team? And early on, it's looking like, Neo finding a very early break.
And here's some basically virtually a delay section. Neo kind of struggling on that Grace core jack. And Ching Ding does trade one of those misses, but still advantage in China on the Chinese side.
Yeah, accuracy in favor of China due to the accuracy from Neo dropping down below 99% temporarily, but it does look like he's building that back up pretty quickly. Chiwi and Turks trade basically even, both with the full combos, both with 99.4.
The virtual 1v1s we're having in this match, like kind of deciding really who is going to be in the lead in any of these picks.
But here we go, Neo is now back above 99%. So now this lead is going to start getting smaller over time.
But we are about to enter again yet another of these these basically chord stream leading into delays, and you want Neo to basically continue increasing the accuracy throughout, and Ching Ding getting a miss. And two consecutive misses. Neo trades one of them, so the lead goes back to the Chinese side. But there's still quite a lot of map remaining.
That was a fairly messy miss from Neo as well, down to low 990s, but Ching Ding finding another miss, and now Chiwi is really starting to pull ahead in accuracy over Turks. 99.6.
Getting yet another drop. Neo trading one of them, but Chiwi's lead in the accuracy department is showing up. Even with that miss, Malaysia should be able to maintain this lead.
Oh, another miss! That gives it right back to China. Neo missed as well. There is no combos on the side of Malaysia. Turks is still holding on to this full combo. And Ching Ding is above 400 as well. This is looking like it's going in China's favor, but Ching Ding finds a miss. I don't think that's enough for Malaysia.
Needs a breakdown from Turks. Oh, Kiwi. Oh no. Oh man, that's unfortunate.
I think Chiwi's score did go through, but I don't think it mattered either way. China didn't find any trip-ups towards the end of that map. So even if Chiwi managed to combo the rest of it, Turks' full combo still should have won out in the end. It is going to be China winning. Looking at the MP link, it's looking like 3,600 points in the lead. China did win that one.
Oh, that's super close. Like, I could just imagine the heart attack we would have had in the commentary booth if we saw how that 3,600 combo and 3,600 points advantage that China had, because like China was well ahead going into the final section before that issue about internet.
So back and forth there, and that was China's pick as well. So we can see these rice maps may very well be dead even between these two countries, and that's why they've kind of been left for last, I guess. Malaysia still do have one thing up their sleeve, though. It's going to be glorious.
The second of the OC originals, specially composed for this OC Mania 7K World Cup, in this match, and this is the first time this gets picked on stream. So, okay, hybrid. This is actually one of the more straightforward charts in the pool. So if there's anything Malaysia needs, it's something straightforward.
And they did do very well on the first hybrid pick that we saw, the only other hybrid pick that we saw. So if that manages to kind of transfer over a little bit into this one, be interesting to see how that goes. Another interesting point as well is that, China have had this LN team, Rice team. What do they exactly go for when we kind of mix the two up a little bit? It's looking like
Turks
Satori, perhaps. Yeah, Satori in the chat, they're looking like they're going to be switching in.
Turks Satori is a duo that reminds me of what last year's World Cup.
Yeah, definitely. That was one of the duos last year for sure. from the Chinese team. But kind of makes sense, you know, Turks after showing off an FC like that. Definitely in form for today's match.
Well, if you're in chat right now just spectating, I mean, I'm pretty sure the past practically 2 hours, more than 2 hours now, have been quite a roller coaster. Just reminding everyone to stay hydrated.
Yeah, remember to breathe as
Maybe
well.
get a snack.
Yeah, remember to eat, remember to drink.
AB stretch as well. Just stand around while we're waiting for this break in action to end.
But here we go. This is a tense one. This is a really, really important map for Malaysia in particular. They don't want to let China run away with the lead right now. Momentum definitely in favor of China. Past 3 maps they've won in a row. But now, this is Malaysia's chance to take it back up to even, to force this 5-5 tie.
Well, here we go with Glorious. Will any of these teams find any glory in this pick? Malaysia going to be bidding to get the match tied up again with virtual best of 3. China bidding to get that match point and basically guarantee the tiebreaker at some point if it happens.
Very early accuracy lead here for Malaysia. Both of the Malaysian players holding extremely highly above 99.7.
Satori getting a drop, Neo immediately trading, but Malaysia does have the lead. Neo unfortunately getting a drop, but Kiwi, by way of Kiwi, pretty much the lead stays in Malaysia's end, but China is starting to pull that lead towards their side.
And Neo's recovering the accuracy, so should be able to match with Turks and Satori pretty soon, and Turks finds a miss right there, so only full combo left is on Chiwi's side. That is going to keep it in Malaysia's favor for now.
Like, not much action on those mini jacks with the LN release section. Like no one really getting phased. Here we go. So these stairs, everyone doing very well. Neo unfortunately getting a drop.
And now this is getting close to Tori. Trading it there just before China was able to take that lead back, and now Turks finding a miss as well. This is now going to start being in favor of Malaysia. Turks missing again. Neo trading it. And that was actually a really big accuracy drop from Neo. Now China are actually in this in terms of the accuracy, but Chiwi is still so far ahead of everyone else.
And so, Chiwi unfortunately does drop it. It's a pretty sizable accuracy drop as well. But they should be able to recover that combo immediately, especially with Satori trading that miss. So the lead basically stays in the Malaysian side for now.
But it's not by much. This is definitely still winnable from China, but Satori finding a couple of misses now. And now Malaysia all of a sudden back in the driver's seat. They're going to start bringing up their lead even further.
Well, they need hold on. Turks and Neo trading a few misses. Kiwi trying to keep that lead on their end. Just a few more notes. Just a few more.
No, I can confirm. Okay. Chiwi did finish the map.
Chiwi submitted.
Chiwi submitted. Malaysia won by 19,700 points. So this was a win for Malaysia. Looking at the MP link, 977k was the score from Chiwi.
Scoreline is 5-5. Malaysia doing just enough to maintain the lead on their end. Obviously, Kiwi doing quite a lot of legwork. Neo keeping up very well.
I think this is probably the classic thing that happens with the client when a player leaves the lobby too soon, basically, after the map is over.
Yeah.
So I think this is not really like a connection issue, more of just Chiwi's kind of leaving the lobby and rejoining right after the map.
Now it will be China's pick, and I presume it will be their final pick.
Just making sure that everyone's up to date. That score at the top is not correct. It is currently 5-5. So they're both even. Both teams are guaranteed one pick left, and all the picks are rice. There are 3 rice picks left, which is very scary for both of these teams.
Okay, the ultimate battle, pretty straightforward. But straightforward is risky. Freedom Dive, core stream pick. Malaysia won Sentimental Surge, yes, the denser core stream. But since this is the faster core stream, and we have to remember, China won Rice 1, which is a speed pick. So I guess 50-50 for Freedom Dive. China's safest pick might be I'm Kidding. Oh, never mind.
They're going with Freedom Dive with. So here's the theory, right? Malaysia wins Sentimental Surge, China wins the speed pick. If Freedom Dive is somewhere in the middle, that means the teams will tie.
What? It would be quite a moment if they actually tie it.
That would be the most insane moment if they manage to tie. But I think, yeah, you're right. This is going to be extremely close. This is going to come down to individual misses, individual accuracy drops throughout this map. It's not very long as well, only 2 minutes long.
Well, if there's anything though, that density really picks up at the end, so everybody should be able to brace for that in this match. Like among these 4 players, Turks and Cheating, their China's Rice duo pretty much set up already. And here we go with Freedom Dive, just 11.11 BPM slower than the original arrangement.
So here we go. These last 2 picks are going to be so important if any of these teams wants to avoid a tiebreaker. So here we go. This is China's pick. This is where Malaysia are going to want to break the point.
Here we go. This guitar riff section just being dumped with these stairs in the chord jacks. Trying to build up that tension.
Accuracy lead right now for Malaysia. Both above 99.7. Turks struggling a little bit in the accuracy compared to the other players, but he is building that accuracy back really fast, already up to 99.5 now. And Neo finds the first drop.
Turks might be training, but
I think that may have been a client miss.
Might be a fake miss.
Yeah, the timing of that is a little bit suspicious. I assume that is going to be a client miss until proven otherwise. Qingqi, okay, I don't know which misses are real, which misses are not real. Let's just wait
to see in a few moments.
I assume they were both fake.
Yeah,
Qingqi Ding is fake. Turks was real though. No, never mind.
Never
Turks
mind.
was not real. This is 2 full combos for China, 1 full combo for Malaysia, and China are in a very small lead. But Chiwi's accuracy, that's enough to pull it over to their side, and now Turks gets a real miss.
Well, so far so good for Malaysia here. Neo finding yet another miss though, but by the power of Chiwi.
The accuracy. Neo is beating Turks, and Chiwi is beating Qingqi Ding. This is the accuracy win for Malaysia so far, but the combo is very close. I think Malaysia's actually missed 1 more time than China has so far, so China are still hot on the heels of Malaysia.
We have to note the final quarter of this chart gets a tad bit more intense in patterning. Will Kiwi and be able to hold on? Neo finding yet another drop, and that gives China the lead.
It's a very small lead though. The accuracy advantage still looking like it's in favor of Malaysia just by a little bit. But if China manages to hold on to this combo, they'll be able to take it 1 section left of the map. Well, and it's going
Malaysia really pulling. Qingqi Ding getting a few drops. Neo trading though.
It's going back and forth. Qingqi Ding finding another miss, and the accuracy drop might be enough. Qingqi Ding misses again, and now the trade's coming in, favoring Malaysia just by a little bit at the end. And it's going to be Chiwi with the full. I did not want to mention Chiwi's combo.
What?
Oh my. 1-200-992. And we.
What?
Yeah.
Kiwi, just reminding, this is the Osimania 7K World Cup.
Yeah, that's a Chiwi score right there. And that's another break point actually as well. Malaysia now, they're on the edge. They're on the edge of winning the match. It's 6-5 right now, and they get the next pick. That is really important. Although, that said, I'm not even sure if having the next pick is that much of an advantage because the choices are I'm kidding and the ultimate battle.
Okay, either you the cutest background and the cursed background. You audience, please guess what I mean. They went for the cutest background.
Okay, it's the ultimate battle being picked here, but I mean, at the end of the day, I don't even think China would have necessarily chosen the other map anyway. This is one that could absolutely go either way, and it's do or die for China right now. They have to win this if they want to secure a tiebreaker. But Malaysia probably do not want to go to tiebreaker at all. So this is going to be where they want to end the match. But it all comes down to this.
Well, if there's anything though, me as a spectator, I want to see a tiebreaker.
I think
in any of these players, I'm pretty sure Malaysia doesn't want to see tiebreaker. Maybe even China doesn't want to see the tiebreaker. But I want to see the tiebreaker. I'm pretty sure you want to see it as well.
I want to see the tiebreaker. I think everyone watching this probably wants to see a tiebreaker some point or later. But, I mean, as you said, you know, Malaysia definitely do not want to see a tiebreaker. But China are going to do their best to make it happen. And here it is, the last regular pick of the match.
And it's a pretty long pick as well. Talking at 3 minutes 27, Neo and Turks immediately trading.
Pretty much on the exact same note there, dropping down the same amount of accuracy as well. So it's going to be a little bit of an advantage for Malaysia off the back of Chiwi's accuracy. Who would have guessed it?
Oh man. The client just freezes as the tension keeps on building up. But
yeah, we're going to be left hanging here for a little bit. But here we go.
Malaysia does appear that they have the a bigger advantage coming off that. Anyways, Neo and Kiwi not really phased by these mini jacks. So Kiwi, I saw at 200 right there. Ching and Turks also holding on very well.
Yeah, the lead is now starting to flicker back and forth. Neo is holding 99.1 right now, but China's accuracies are slowly rising up over time. And they're trying to take that lead back in the accuracy department.
And Kiwi, oh no!
That is going to be Chiwi missing now. That's going to be both players on Malaysia missing. Ching Ding with the only full combo left, but there it goes.
Well,
and we're back.
No more full combos left.
Back in Malaysia's favor now. Malaysia with a 1 miss advantage. The accuracies between the two teams very close together. Ching Ding finding another miss.
So far, so good here for Malaysia.
Now it's Neo and Ching Ding tying in the accuracy, but Chiwi well ahead of Turks right now as far as the accuracy goes. And the combo is looking in favor of Malaysia now as well right now. Halfway through the map, and it's looking like about 25,000 points of an advantage towards Malaysia.
Yeah, that's a super large advantage. Like, we haven't seen... Well, there you go. We kind of... Well, the bar kind of adjusted there for a sec, but the lead is still the same. Kiwi and Neo doing well enough to keep themselves well ahead. Oh, China trying to deny the tiebreaker.
Yeah, and this lead is actually a lot smaller than it was just before. These accuracies from China are definitely starting to creep up. They're contesting the accuracies. But if they want to come back, they're going to have to rely on Malaysia missing at some point. There goes Neo. Ching Ding trades
Neo
it.
as well.
So overall, still working out okay for Malaysia. They're still going to stay in the lead. Chiwi is unfazed.
Yeah, these core jacks are basically accuracy bait for basically just accuracy food for Kiwi. Though unfortunately, Ching Li and Kiwi do trade misses practically at the same note. Neo getting 2 consecutive drops. That lead might be shrinking, but Ching Li trades a few of them.
It's shrinking over time. Neo finds another miss. The only one holding on right now is Turks. Neo finding a few more, and now this lead is starting to get really close, but the accuracy lead is still in favor of Malaysia. And it's Chiwi in the lead, once again, 99.58, above everyone else in the lobby, and it looks like it might be enough to secure the win. No one missing on the last pans. That is going to be Malaysia securing it by 3,000 points just at the end, or 5,000 points, that is.
Malaysia... Wow, they just advanced it tomorrow. Not yet to the grand finals weekend.
Yeah, that is going to be Malaysia denying the tiebreaker opportunity from China. It's going to end as a 7-5 match, extremely close between these two teams. But unfortunately for China, they are going to be eliminated. They're going to finish top 6, tied 5th place. And Malaysia now guaranteed top 4, but they still have to play one more match tomorrow if they want to guarantee that podium position.
And the potential opponents that they have are pretty cracked as well. You have USA and Japan, which will be happening tomorrow, tomorrow in our time zones. But anyways, there you go, the state of the bracket. Obviously, spoiler alerts to those who weren't watching since the start of the stream. Team Philippines winning and booking the ticket to the grand finals. Malaysia booked their ticket to tomorrow, waiting for the opponents, which will be coming from US. Either US or Japan, which is a BMS versus BMS. Rice versus Rice match.
Yeah, we have some really hype matches coming up. There's 2 more of this bracket coming up this weekend until the top 3 is finally locked in and decided for the podium next week. But until then, I'm sure a couple of you caught a glimpse of this screen here. There is going to be, in 41 minutes, a little bit of an exciting match, red versus blue, a little bit of a show match.
Yeah, and the players in those teams, I have the team list on my end, but I'm going to wait until they're going to show the team list on stream before I mention who they are. But
yeah, I have no idea who they are.
Tradition basically eliminate. Basically, the players are coming from the eliminated teams from the previous weeks, so you might be seeing quite a number of familiar names.
Going to be interesting to see how that one turns out, and of course that's going to be in 40 minutes, so don't go anywhere. But we do have 40 minutes of break, so after almost two and a half hours of non-stop action, have a little bit of a break, go get something to eat, go have a drink, and we will be seeing you back very shortly.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Mania 7K World Cup 2023 Finals Weekend. United States against Japan in the losers bracket, a fight for survival. And this is going to be so crucial to find out who is going to make that top 4. I am Raviel, and I'm joined by Silas Scales. Hello!
Hello there! So, yeah, like what you've said, this is indeed a fight for survival between the United States and Japan. I gotta say, it's going to be really difficult because it's kind of like a BMS battle here. Like, United States is very good at those kinds of maps, while Japan would definitely be. Where Beatmania originated from, so it has to be what Japan is also really good at, and it's not surprising, really.
Unfortunately for the United States last weekend, I believe they had a couple of players missing, which resulted in their loss. But hopefully this time around, they should have full strength to go against full strength with Japan as well. Japan, they had a very strong last semi-finals weekend against Spain.
That is true. Both teams did win against their previous opponents, so obviously they would have the capability to perform better than those. However, it is not. I don't think it's right to like use their previous matches as a basis as to who has a better shot because it really depends on how they perform in the finals week. Like they are different map pools and there are different levels of this.
Yeah.
And right now we are seeing two LN bans. I am not surprised. We did say I did say this was gonna be a BMS versus BMS battle.
Yeah, just go all in for Rice. Maybe a tad bit of LN if they feel risky enough. But the winner of this match will be facing Malaysia.
Yeah, and you know how good Malaysia is at long notes. So I personally would think that whoever is going to face Malaysia certainly has to up their game in that regard. Or honestly, if there's anything, I kind of feel like they're banning the LNs that they don't want Malaysia to have any information on, just in case to whoever wins this match. That is.
Yeah, and just like you mentioned, we are going straight for Rice. Rice number 5, I'm kidding.
So here we go. So we have Stop It Man and Alter. I'm not surprised to see that. And for Japan, I think we'll be seeing My Angel Koishi and Rain Lily. Yeah, okay. That's I'm not surprised. Those two are very good at act, especially Rain Lily. However, Stop It Man and Alter are certainly two very consistent players themselves.
Yeah, Stubborn and Alta is the key main lineup for the United States when it comes to Rice. So no surprises there.
Okay, so this map, if I'm not mistaken, so this is I'm Kidding, which I actually kind of forgot what kind of map this is. I think this is tech. Yeah, it is tech. So I feel like what United States is going for here is like they're trying to hope for misses to happen here and there, as technicality is not exactly the most straightforward pattern to have.
Yeah. I mean, Winley's accuracy is very, very strong. So we'll just have to see how well Koishi can keep up.
Well, oh, looks like that's a very rocky start from Koishi very early on.
Yeah, just as I said that as well.
And I'm expecting the United
And
States
miss.
Yeah, that's a very bad look on Japan already. Oh, looks like everyone is missing. That
Triple
was-
no one has combos! Right off the start. Winley with another drop with Alpha as well that trades in, but Koishi drops. United States still has the lead.
Yeah, and I think it's actually going big. Oh, Stop It Man missing on a break section, so did Alter, so that's actually pretty big. Having two misses in a row in a section like this could decrease the lead by a lot. However, those 200s that Koishi are getting is not helping, and never mind,
Oh
because
my
Alter and
gosh.
Stop It Man got two misses in a row.
It seems like combos have stabilized a little bit after the misfest. Japan do have the lead, Koishi building up a really good combo, but accuracy-wise, Winley trying to pull Japan forward.
Yeah, look at these technical patterns. After all that, it's still a 4,000 point lead for Japan, meaning that it's not exactly the biggest difference yet. However, it is important to note that there's still some hard parts here, and Alter finding the first drop kind of shows how difficult it is. Although Rain Lily trades it back, Stop It Man increasing that act, having the best in the lobby, but those misses are certainly not helping the United States. Japan has to miss, I think, 3 times in a row.
It has to be from Koishi. Stupid Man is trying all they can. The 99% is definitely trying to pull its weight, but Japan should be able to hold on right towards the end, 15,000 points. And the first point is a break point.
Well, look at ratio-wise, it does seem like Japan actually has the better ratio overall, but it's not that far. 200 counts, US would win the battle. However, it's the consistency that Japan had. 7 and 3 misses would be 10, and 4 and 4 would be 8. So I feel like if United States had a couple of misses less, and if they were like not spread out that much, this would have been United States' win. However, again, the consistency really matters a lot here, as accuracy was something that the United States kind of had an advantage on when it comes to 200 counts, and I think that matters much more than the ratio difference.
Yeah, and one rise for another. Unconquered. We're going to rise 4.
I'm not sure if. Okay, just on a side note, this is the first time this is gonna get selected, I think. On all of the matches so far, we've never had
Correct.
this. So, Unconquered being another Rice pick, I'm not surprised to have that. So, let's see. Unconquered would be a Rice Core Jack pick, and I don't know. I kind of disagree with this being a pick because if I'm not mistaken, United States had the number one score on the Core Jack qualifiers, but that's like saying that this is as difficult as that, whereas this would definitely be much harder. I'm just thinking that if there was a pick that US could win, it would certainly be Korjak. Though we'll have to see if that intuition was correct.
Yeah, maybe Japan knows something that we all don't.
So as of this moment, the lead is in the Japanese side. Oh, and as they say that, that's not the case anymore. 2 misses right off the bat from the United States. Certainly not gonna help their case, but you can't really do anything about it with these chords. The thing about them is
Rain Lily.
Rain Lily.
Oh my
what is going
gosh.
on? And Koishi's act. If you were to get the average between these two teams, Japan I think would be slightly lower. However, it's that full combo from both of Rain Lily and Koishi. It's what's giving them the advantage, and Stop It Man missing again is certainly not gonna help.
And Japan still 2 FCs at the halfway point. The US not struggling in accuracy but struggling to keep combo pace. Oh,
Wow.
Koishi actually kept getting double 200s, but Superman will drop as well as Alto.
Yeah, I mean, this has really been the problem. Accuracy-wise, United States is winning the battle. Everyone hitting those long jacks with the other notes, but doesn't look like it's gonna help us. Japan is still keeping those full combos. They really need the miss right now. A miss or 2 from the Japanese side would help, but Alter missing once more is certainly not going to give their case. And I think that could seal the deal because time is running out really fast. Another miss from Alter is certainly not gonna help.
Oh my gosh. This will be. Oh, I nearly said it. Koichi will drop. I was going to say this will be a sick team score from Japan, but I
mean,
think this is still a very amazing individual performance from Rain Lily.
Wait, imagine if
See
a
out the
miss
jacks,
happens
see out the
here.
jacks.
Yes,
Alright,
okay,
there we
okay.
go.
No chucks. Okay,
Wow.
we're safe. We have an FC here. What is that rate? Okay,
That is incredible.
so we have 2 ratios from the United States that are very similar to each other. In fact, when it comes to the 200 count, the United States would win this by the slightest of margins. But again, the consistency. What can you really do if like the other team only has 1 miss?
Japan is cooking. 2 points right off the bat. Back to the United States to respond, as they have yet to get themselves on the board yet. Hybrid 1, we're going to for Cheval. So we're gonna break away from the Rice program.
Right, so now that we're staying away from Rice, I think what the United States is trying to do is gauge if the Ellens of the opponent team, like if you were to mix Ellens and Rice, like who would be better in that regard? I actually have no answer to that just yet, but I feel like United States is trying to take a risk, and at the end of the day, without taking risks like this, there would certainly be a disadvantage strategic-wise, because you have to know the most information that you can get while losing the least of points. And I think that's what the United States is trying to do right now.
Yeah, if they know that they can pick a point off Hybrid, they might just go Hybrid all the way. But we do see a swap from Japan and Sana coming in for Rain Lily, which is their usual Hybrid lineup. So no surprises there.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but
Oof.
looks like my Angel Kuishi is gonna have the first drop. That's kind of uncharacteristic, really. You expect Kuishi to have the combo here, but looks like Ensana's gonna keep it up as Alter finding another drop. Those long notes, I don't think would really be that advantageous for both teams, as I think when it comes to LNs, these two teams would certainly have a weakness. However, I think US could have a minor advantage because of the accuracy that they could really hold on, regardless of what pattern they're thrown.
Yeah, well, so far they are definitely holding the accuracy superior to Japan's. So the pick currently is paying off.
But there's still a lot of map, and that's another miss from Koishi. And Sana's holding the only FC, I think, as Stupid Man finding another drop.
Yep.
The accuracy is also going a lot lower, but look
Another
at
one.
Alter's act right now, 99.4. Oh, it's dropping a lot, and that's giving Japan their window of opportunity.
Yeah, these LNs are tripping up the United States. and Sana will trade, but it's a team drop from the United States. Lead goes to Japan.
Oh man, those consecutive misses, and yet the lead isn't even that big yet. I think it's mainly because the accuracy disadvantage is not that far off. However, those misses are certainly not helping the United States' cause.
And Koishi is now driving the train forward for Japan. and Sana will drop again, but that's just gonna cancel out Alto's drop previously. And we're already entering the ending section. Koishi will finally drop. Trades in with Alto.
Wait a minute.
Superman will drop again.
It's not over yet. It's not over yet.
Multi-drop. and Sana drops though.
It's not over yet. Yes, the act is kind of dropping for the US, but Japan should not just let it go for a little bit. There's still some more map. And also missing at the end.
That's it. Alto
Secures
drops
it.
at the end.
I think this would give Japan 2 breakpoints of an advantage against the United States, and that's not good news at all. Again, the 200 count would be won by the United States, but the consistency that Japan has been really killing it.
Three points to the good now. Japan probably gonna go back into rice.
Oh man. So right now, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's not over yet. There's still a lot of map to go.
Oh, of course not. Yeah.
I honestly think with all of the rice that's still available, there's definitely still a chance for the United States to come back. 3-0 is not safe, yes. But
Oh.
okay, wait,
Hybrid
what's
2.
going on? Alright, so now that you want a hybrid, I guess picking another one would make sense. However, it's also important to note that just because they're both hybrids doesn't mean they're gonna have the same patterns. So we did have Hybrid 1 and Hybrid 2. So when we're talking about Hybrid 1, it's the generic hybrid. Well, for Hybrid 2, we'll be having the technical one. So technical hybrids are an interesting choice, especially considering how United States, I personally think, they have a very, very good arsenal of AC, especially on the technical end. Though if Japan is confident on this, and I don't see why not.
Yeah, I just find it quite funny that after the United States picked the rice, Japan picked the rice. United States picked a hybrid, Japan picked a hybrid. But it is working out for them. We'll have to see if it will work again for a 4th time.
The good thing is now, this is 3 minutes long, so the misses here would not be too bad as compared to a miss on a 2-minute map. However, it is also important to note that the consistency of the Japanese team has been nothing short of unbelievable, as they've had a lot less misses in comparison to the United States team. It's that consistency that's really been pulling them ahead of this match.
Right from the start, really good accuracy from Alta. Main reason why United States has this lead, but now we're going into the first drop. And already both the United States dropped twice, thrice Japan have the lead.
But Ensana is
Ensana
gonna
trade.
trade it back. So they would really have to hope for a miss from Maizo Kuishi, but looks like Ensana missing one more time. I think that's actually just as good. Although everyone is missing.
Oh, but Stupid Man is just caught in the... Oh, he's caught in the fire right now. Multiple drops out to go along with the United States. And the blue lead continues. Outer trades with Ansana. Koishi, the only significant combo left.
Wow. That was a big change in the lead. Very surprised.
Ansana?
Okay. Okay, well, that was in the break section, which is honestly pretty good, but Stupid Man also drops on the break section. I mean, yes, it does happen.
It does
However,
happen, yes.
So right now, I think the lead is just the difference between Ansana and Stupid Man. But there's also a pretty sizable difference between Koishi and Alter. So that says a lot about how this combo and miscount has been playing here.
Now we're going back into a little bit more L-Lane heavy section. So everyone seems to be stabilized. Oh, actually, Alter.
Alter unfortunately finding a drop here. So here we go. The dense parts. This is where we saw Stupid Man dropping a lot. Oh, wait a minute. The bar is actually kind of... the bar is actually kind of shrinking. But it's
the Japanese are struggling. Oh, but the United States will both traded back. Everyone is dropping.
Despite Alter having the highest AC in the lobby, I feel like Alter also has the most misses, or one of the higher ones so far. Because Japan's lead right now is really, really big, even with the accuracy difference.
We're going to enter the closing stages. There needs to be a huge drop from Japan, but that will not happen at all, as that's a 4th point sealed.
Well, here you go. Yeah, that is the highest AC in the lobby from Alter, but 9 misses, certainly not gonna cut. So there's a few more misses on Stupid Man's end compared to Ensana, and the miss higher for Alter than Maizo Kuishi. So just have to take note of these accuracy differences. I do feel like US could take some advantage on this, but again, the consistency that the Japanese team has shown so far has really been the key as to why they're up 4-0. But this is not over yet by any means.
We're going to Sentimental Surge, the first original song that we'll see here today.
Sentimental Surge.
This has been picked, I think, twice already, basically the last 2 matches. Always nice to see the original songs come in, more so now than ever before.
Yeah, I mean, it's really nice to see featured artists here. Or overall, just listen to songs like this. However, if you're in the US or Japan, I feel like the pressure is certainly up there.
Oh yes.
But the one
I mean,
thing
if you're the United States.
Yeah, I mean, hey, just gotta remember that regardless of what lead the team has, it's not to say it's ever. You gotta keep on playing at your 100%, or else you'll find some drops here and there. And right now, it looks like the United States has been going for this whole time. Like, they've been wanting to pick the Rise that's not too hard in comparison to the others, so they can take the AC advantage. And Ensana dropping has been nice, but Alter trades 2 back, so this is gonna go to Japan.
Ooh. Yeah, and this has been the pattern for the last few maps, that the United States will take the lead on accuracy and then break.
I just noticed this, but Ensana and Rain Lily seems to be the duo. No Kogishi right now.
No Koishi.
Looks like Japan knows that they could probably have a shot regardless. But the accuracy between Stupid Man and Rain Lily has been very close. The trades between Ensana and Alter have been benefiting Japan. Because of that accuracy disparity that Alter has had, like Alter is 0.4% behind Ensana, and that's a pretty big difference.
Yeah, right now it's the battle between Stupid Man and Ring Lily. But Alter and Ensana, yes, they both trade again. trade again. It's really between Superman and Rain Lily.
Another miss by Alter. These patterns are very dense, especially with the coordination that you need to have so you could read everything. But it's those misses from Alter, like they're very, very clean, yes, but after so many of those, your accuracy is gonna keep going down. And Sana's just able to take advantage of that. Well, Stupid Man is only a little bit behind Rain Lily. Alter really has to get it a little bit higher. It's still not over yet. There's still around half of the map left. 15,000 is not exactly the most impossible lead to catch up to.
Definitely not. And with 2 FCs in the lobby, a lot can still change. Alright, here comes the trail. The jump trail into the moving jump trail. Everyone gets it cleanly. Now we're going to a few more court streams here.
Yep, no one's missing just yet. This is considered one of the break sections, and oh, it looks like here's where it starts to get very spicy. And yet, no one finding.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Wow.
This is where the BMS skill really shows for both teams. Like you can already tell. Oh, Alter finding the first drop. That is not looking good at all for the United States. Japan is still ahead by a while, and I'm pretty sure this is a very, very big cushion they're working with right now.
Yeah, and Japan's only FC Rain Lily with a superior accuracy over Stupid Man and Sana trouncing over Alter. We still got a bit of the map left, it's not over, but the signs are pointing to life. And Sana drops, Alter will trade.
It's the problem, like, every time one of the players drops, one of the US players also somehow finds a drop as well. Japan would have to miss, like, they need a team miss.
Rain Lily.
That's the team miss that I was talking about!
Wait.
It's getting
We still got a
smaller.
bit of the map. But is this lead going to switch over?
Not yet, not
Alter has
yet.
missed so many times.
Not yet. Japan has to miss twice. Like, they need to find another team miss, and Stupid Man
It's
has
on
to keep
Superman.
it. It's still not over
Come on,
yet.
Stupid Man. I think
It's
if
not over
Superman
yet.
misses, it's Japan's.
Yeah, but
But
still,
if Japan don't miss, then it's still Japan's.
yeah, but like here's the thing. It's still pretty dense, and there's still some chances. But despite all that, Japan has been keeping the consistency. The United States has finally stabilized, but okay, that was too late. That was too late.
That was way too late. What a score from Stupid Man though. 14-200 matches Rain Lily, but with the FC. That is an incredible score. But unfortunately, it will be a 5th to Japan.
That's a very impressive performance from Stupid Man indeed. However, looking at all of these scores, it does seem like Japan actually has the accuracy advantage.
Yeah.
However, is it 17 misses really? If this were like only 10 misses, I feel like this would have been US's point.
Yeah, Alter's misses was just strewn all over the place, unfortunately. Also, with Stupid Man's score, that is the #1 score on this map.
Nope,
And
Kura has
like I mentioned,
Kura has a 992 in this, and not the #1 score. Not the number
Is
one
it not?
score. Yep, Kura has a 992 in this last time. Yesterday, so if
Oh.
then, okay, this is like the #2 or #3. Because I remember Dresser got a 989. But still, a very good score, nonetheless.
yes, my bad. It was, I think, #3. But that is still really impressive.
So we'll have to see. If I were Japan, honestly, I would take a risk with the LNs. I would pick Akari as alive, simply because I've seen Stupid Man miss on some of the difficult LNs on Twisted Drop Party, so I would say Akari has arrived is definitely the best map to go with.
押し寄せる感情の波の中で私は探し続ける深い青の奥に沈むあなたの姿をセンチメンタルサイズ
Oh, we're going for Rise 7. The ultimate battle.
I gotta say, some of these maps really make me confused. Like, I'm kidding, the ultimate battle. Like, they're like phrases you say in the chat to make it more dramatic, not actual title. Dude.
The ultimate battle.
The ultimate battle.
This map is for match point for Japan. United States still searching for a point. But if they want to get a point, maybe it'll be on the Quagsire background map. Blanco ET.
I guess so. Although, I don't know, with how technical this is, I feel like this is definitely a chance US has. With all of the maps, US really had a shot at the end of the day. It's really just it's just a lot more misses, really. If they were to have those miscounts, I think US would have probably been tied with Japan right now. But as I say that, Maya took Kushi finding the first drop, but luckily that was very early on and not exactly later on. Having a miss at the start is much better than having a miss very later on.
Oh, but Rain Lily drops!
That's
no FCs on Japan, 1 for the United States. The Superman trades into Koichi and Rain Lily drop. Outer's the only one with the FC.
Never
Not
mind
anymore.
then!
But in the United States, it's still holding. Outer will drop again though.
Yeah,
but the United States still has the lead.
It's those drops, but the accuracy lead from the US has been there. Oh, except for the fact that Stupid Man has dropped a little bit. So here we go.
Still a lead. Koishi's accuracy below 99. And the accuracies of the United States still holding pretty well against Rain Lily, the highest from Japan.
Yeah, and that's the thing. United States keeping both of those accuracies afloat despite the technical patterns, and now we'll be having some core jacks. And we know how Rain Lily performed in that core jack pick.
Oh boy.
As Alter fighting a drop on some of these bursts.
Gotta grind the teeth on this one. Alter drops straight into Rain Lily, but Alter drops again.
That's not too good. However, if Rain Lily did find a miss, this would probably benefit the United States more, but never mind. Also finding another drop on the burst. Stubborn Man.
Staircase bursts.
Stubborn Man keeping that combo. That has been really crucial for the United States. That's exactly what the United States needed. And halfway in, the United States has the advantage that they need, and now we're at the break section. No one can miss here. If that happens, okay, luckily no one, everyone's proficient enough. Because if you find a miss in the break section, it would be difficult to get the combo back up soon, which would be harder to catch up to.
Yeah, and it might also break your mentality as well going into the harder sections of the map. Right now, it is just to build that accuracy up, build that momentum up. And once you hit the hard section again.
Yep, those mini jacks not phasing anyone out. Oh man, the red bar is shrinking. Stop it,
man drops again.
Now Japan is going to have a little bit of a lead, but Koichi...
Koichi trades it back! Oh, Koishi's having a really bad time with the staircase. Alter trades once, but Koichi accuracy tanked all the way to 98.6.
This could be the first point that the United States will take. And here we go. This is the core jack.
Rain Lily is trying to say no to that. Rain Lily says, I want that 6 point now. United States, can they deny it? Can they deny Japan 6 and get their first?
It's those bursts and staircases that's giving Alter difficulty. Oh, but come on! Both of them trade at the same time. These are the staircases.
Koichi drops.
Oh my goodness! Stupid Man has the hold. I think that's gonna give United States their first point on the board. Give us a second. There's still some patterns at the end that could face anyone. And here we go. Anyone missing on the mini jack
section?
Give this a moment. It's not over yet. They still have to maintain the same focus as they did before, but I think that's it. United States is gonna take their first point off of a break point against the Japanese team.
I was here. I manifested it.
What a way to get the first point off of a break point. And it is 5-1. Now the momentum is on the United States side. It is definitely not over yet.
All it took was for one blocker ET, and United States have their first point on the board, which is a break point too. It is back to the United States' choice.
Yeah, I'm not sure what US has to pick right now, though. I feel like US could pick that playground map, the background with the playground. I don't know what that map is actually. Okay, but they didn't get a timeout. I mean, that's fair. That's a fair decision.
Yeah, I mean, the picks now from the United States are going to mean a lot. Now that they've got 1 point, it is very crucial that they try and snag a few more. If not, 1 point to Japan means match point, and that's where you do not want to be if you are the United States. Let's see the options here. Rise 1, Rise 3, Rise 6. All LNs remaining except for the bands and Glorious.
actually don't know what to choose. I think Freedom Dive would benefit Japan because it would definitely force you to keep it focused for a bit more. Cross Soul I think could work for the United States. Kawakuma I think also could work. I honestly don't know. I think we should avoid Freedom Dive more than anything though. And definitely the LNs.
Yeah, I think Rise 3 might be a little bit Japan favored. I mean, after what we saw with the Ultimate Battle. I'm thinking, how risky is Glorious? Or should they just avoid it completely as well? I'm leaning towards more of an avoid, so it will probably be between Rise 1 and 6. Now that we look at the options available, United States don't really have much to play off of.
Well, yeah, they're just taking their time. I mean, of course, you gotta make use of that. You gotta make use of that timeout to the maximum of your ability. It's your ability. So I do think that I don't know. I feel like Kawakuma could be the way to go. I know that all of these picks are risky, but at the end of the day, without taking risks, then you won't be able to go on to the opportunities that you really need.
I mean, every map is a risk, it's just which ones are less riskier. And yeah, Kawakuma will be the pick from the United States. I think this is the least riskiest already out of all the maps available.
Well, it's 1 minute and 57 seconds. So any miss that happens here would like be so much more scary than if you were to miss on like let's say 5 minutes.
I mean, there are hardly any 5-minute maps as well, but you get your point. A short map, lesser room for mistakes. Oh, everyone going mirror! How often do we see this?
Very rarely. I mean, most of the time. Most of the time, you see like everyone has literally no mods on. Okay, well, Stop It Man finding a 200 early on shouldn't exactly be the most worrying part. As here we go, we'll be having some delay streams and also finding 2 misses already right off the bat. That's not a good sign, as Japan keeps 2 full combos. And Stop It Man's act is behind Rain Lily's. Mine to Kuishi's actually by a little bit.
Yeah, right off the bat, Rain Lily doing really well. Oh my gosh, what was that?
What was that? And Rain Lily finding another. What is going on? Alright, well now you. Okay,
Alta missing quite a bit. Japan is the lead back.
But
not.
Wait. Okay, no, stop. Okay, but Stop It Man.
They're not giving us time to speak. Superman drops. No FCs left in the lobby. United States still has the lead.
And here we go. It's those bursts. I know that Alter has difficulty with those streams and whatever, but Japan's act is now behind the United States with Stop It Man leading the charge. Alter missing on the break section.
Alter,
this is not the place to miss.
You know how we said that with a short map you have very little room for misses? I can not even keep track how many we just saw.
And right now, the lead is going to the Japanese side. But wait, no way. This is
a trade.
Okay,
but drops again.
Oh, that
Alter
was a
Koichi
big
trade.
That was
Alter
a big
again.
That was a big jump from Alter. Koichi and Rain Lily have to miss as a team now. Unfortunately, I don't think that's gonna be the case. Oh, wait a second. Rain Lily fighting 2. Oh, that's a team miss from
Japan drop.
That's what they needed.
United States has to hold.
US has to hold. They have no choice. And there's a lot of streams. Those delay speed sections are certainly gonna give trouble. Alter fights a drop. Wait a minute. Alter again. You never know. Wait a second.
Not much time left in the match.
Oh, it is. That's it.
Japan will take it. After what has been a chaotic 2 minutes, it's match point.
Stop It Man with the best score. The fact that the best score is in 944, that just gives you how difficult that just gives you an idea of how difficult these maps are. But yeah, anyways, I actually don't know who has the actually. Okay, I feel like Japan is gonna pick an Ellen. I think they're gonna go with
Oh.
Ellen 1.
Oh, Hybrid 3!
glorious.
We're going for another OS original! And I think this is the first time we get to see it too. If I'm not wrong. Have we seen this yet? I don't remember seeing this. I don't think we have.
I only know Glorious. I only know Unconquered was the one that wasn't picked yet. I'm pretty sure Glorious was selected. Yeah, we've gotten confirmation that this is not.
Oh, we
the
have seen
first
those
time.
before, okay. But hey, I mean, more OS originals, I like it. I just realized that the statistics sheet for the finals, the map pool just kind of cuts off at Glorious, so there was no information on Glorious. But it's okay. Man, we'll see if Japan will be able to close it out, or will it be a back-to-back-to-back breakpoint in what has already been a roller coaster of a United States-Japan matchup. And Sana with the first drop. The United States take the lead very early on.
I mean, it is very early on, so it shouldn't be exactly the worst place to miss. However, the patterns that this map has, I don't think would cater to US's strengths. And as I say that Alter finds a drop, this is what I was talking about. And those delay sort of streams with those mini jacks, that's something that Japan would definitely have the advantage over the United States on, and I would say.
Yeah, but Koichi will drop. And as well as Anzana, Superman, the only FC for the United States again. The Alter will drop. That's gonna shake things a bit, but trades back to Ensana. It's all Stupid Man here.
Oh man, this is actually a pretty big lead for the United States. Actually, I'm surprised. But Alter finding one drop and another.
Uh-oh.
Okay, here's something I've been noticing. Once Alter finds a drop, there would be consecutive of those. So that's exactly what's been giving the lead to Japan this whole time. And Stupid Man finding a drop. This is the sort of patterns where I'm expecting Stupid Man and Alter to drop. And it's not looking good for the Japanese side, mainly because of Insana's accuracy advantage. But there's still a lot of time. And as Alter drops, this is certainly not going to help the United States. But Insana finds 2 in a row. So I think that's just going to cancel out, especially with the AC lead that United States has.
Yeah, Ensana is definitely struggling quite a bit. Stupid Man coming back up to 99% and Koichi trying to mitigate the damage. Stupid Man trades with Sana. The Rise Burst tripping Stupid Man though. And again, and that's another team wipe from the United States.
But that's, I mean, the lead is still very big on the United States side. So I really hope that they're able to keep this up because Ensana and Koichi are stabilizing. Oh, the Alts are finding one more drop. That is kind of looking bad for the United States because I know that they've been chain missing a lot. Wait a second. Uh-oh. Stupid Man and Alter.
They have to hold. The map's about to end.
They can't miss here.
Oh, another team drop from Japan.
Japan missing. That's the deal. United States taking another break point. Okay, the 200 count game has really been big in the US on this one. So that's really what gave them the win.
And that's a back-to-back-to-back breakpoint, and we finally see a long note map. In this match, LN3 will now come out, and that, I believe, is going to be Kyonix here. The question is there going to be any changes? Or is it just going to be the same 4?
I think the last player in Japan is Lulu M, right? Is it Lulu M or wait, let me look for this real quick.
I believe so, but the United States and Japan, no changes. We're going straight into it.
Yeah, we have yet to see Lulu M in this match, but I think it shouldn't matter too much as Japan is up 6-2 and that's That's kind of a comfortable lead, but it's not over yet. We did see something of a comeback last year, and we don't want that to happen. If you're in the Japanese side, just you would definitely not want to let go, because regardless of how big of a lead you have, this is only 4 maps, if you think about it in the big picture. So this is not exactly the most, this isn't exactly the most easy to just chillax on, because there's still a lot of maps where the US could take off. And if they're picking LN, I feel like that they're saying that we can match you guys on this kind of skill set as well.
Oh, there's a chain drop from Stupid Man though. It's not gonna help. Japan will take the lead just from Sana's FC, and the accuracy is also superior. Stupid Man will drop, but Anton will drop. No FCs left. Stupid Man chain drops again.
Oh man,
they're
those
just struggling.
I feel like,
It's already almost 50,000.
and it's only halfway. So we'll have to hope for you'll have to hope for Japan to make the same amount of misses that the US has made, while the US keeps the combo. But as I say, that Alter and Stupid Man have dropped consecutively. I think that should be a big sign for that Japan would be able to take this point, and it's looking very, very. I don't know. I don't even know what to say. Is this a statement right now for Japan?
Definitely seems like it. Koichi drops straight to Stupid Man, but Koichi has a chain drop. Alter drops though, and then Sana trying to steer Japan's victory. A couple of seconds left.
Oh
Team
man.
Visa from the United States, that should be it.
Well, good game, well played to both teams, but unfortunately only one can be the victor, and that would be Japan. I feel like that was a very close match regardless. I know it's a 7-2, but like a lot of these maps were decided only because of the misses. And if it were based on like accuracy and 200 counts in general, US would have probably taken some points. But then again, that was a
7-2
great...
definitely it doesn't say the whole story. We saw a couple of really close maps. But yeah, GGWP. United States, the last remaining non-Asian centric team, now out of the 7K World Cup. It is all Asia domination from now on out. Japan will be facing Malaysia in what is just going to be a hot match.
That is going to be a very big match for both Malaysia and Japan. I think both teams are going to be nervous. I would definitely be excited to see how that transpires. I think it would be unpredictable, as both teams would certainly just face each other, and I'm expecting a very close match in general, just like the previous matches that we've seen so far.
But yeah, I think with that, I guess we can plug banners. Do you want to plug banners?
If you want to do that, if you don't want to do it, I'll do it for you.
Banners exist. Get them.
I mean, that's true. You just, if you want to support your favorite country of choice, you gotta get them while they're still up. So, just buy the banners if you really want to support them, your favorite country, your favorite players, because they'll definitely really appreciate seeing you show your love and appreciation for them. And also, you'll have this huge banner on your profile, so I'd certainly be tempted to buy one, right?
Yeah, and most certainly so. We also have the Open Collective. Direct donations will also help towards the tournament as a whole, if you also want to find an alternative method to support the players. With that, we have one more match to go, and then the final map pool showcase to follow afterwards as well. I'm very excited for that, and I'm going to be hoping we'll see a very close match between Japan and Malaysia. Anything else you want to add, Silver Scales?
Not that much, really, but again, just an amazing performance from everyone. Regardless of the result, I really hope that everyone is proud of how they done. But anyways, see you in 2 hours from now, and have a good time.
Take care.
Welcome back, everyone, to the very last match of the finals week number 1 for the Oceania 7 Key World Cup 2023. We're here with the 4th match. We've had 3 already, but here we have Malaysia versus Japan, the very last losers bracket match that we're seeing in this week. I'm Potassium F here, commentating alongside Surfchew85. How are you doing?
Hello. I just got finished eating my dinner tonight because we have quite an evening set before us. Japan winning earlier against the United States pretty handily, and Malaysia just narrowly getting through that match without going to tiebreaker against China last night. Really, lots of action that have happened like the past few hours.
Yeah, this has been a pretty crazy weekend so far with these matches, and both of these teams have had quite the journey to get here. Of course, this is a massive match for both of them. The winner of this match is going to be guaranteed that last podium spot, and the loser will end in 4th place. So this is quite a high stakes match in that regard, and both of these teams, they've had quite a long journey to get here. Actually, Japan, as far as seeding is concerned, has pulled off 3 seeding upsets so far in this tournament alone.
Yeah, I mean, what did we have? Like, they had Indonesia back in the round of 16. They had the United States literally a few hours ago.
And it was also Spain as well, being seed number 6 that Japan managed to beat. So this is seed number 10 in Japan, making it all the way to top 4. And Malaysia, of course, being seed number 3 with an extremely strong showing just throughout the tournament in general, narrowly beating China just the other day. So here we are, the bans coming in, and it's going to be fairly familiar bans. Both teams banning the same map that they banned in their first match this weekend. Malaysia not wanting to deal with the Core Jack map, and Japan not wanting to deal with that LN coordination pick.
Well, if there's anything though, like, both of these teams should be aware of what either team are capable of already, especially if this is their second match of the weekend. So, like, it's kind of though I guess it's probably not surprising that they're maintaining their same banning strategy here. Malaysia very aware of how capable Japan is on core jacks, and Japan just maybe wanted to stay safe and maybe think that the performance Malaysia had on LN2 last night against China was more of a fluke. I mean, we knew that there were a few issues that both Malaysian players had to fix during that time.
Yeah, and I definitely think that Japan not so comfortable on the LN as they are with the Rice. Japan have been a very strong Rice team overall, so I expect that to stay the same here. And Malaysia, of course, you know, with Chiwi and Neo going to be doing very well in the LN pick. So I do expect, just like what we see normally in the 4-Key World Cup classic matchup, Malaysia are going to be picking the LN maps in general. Japan, I would expect to stick with more of these Rice picks where they can.
Though, if anything, Japan has to be super wary of Malaysia's Rice capabilities as well, especially for Rice 2 and Rice 3, because like, especially if Chiwi is still going to be maintaining that same form they had last night. It might be pretty interesting to see what Japan has to reply for that. But anyways, they will be opening with I'm Kidding, which is a pick you usually don't expect to be an early pick.
You know, if I remember correctly, just a couple hours ago, I believe the USA picked this against Japan first pick just before their match. So interesting now, Japan being the ones to first pick it against Team Malaysia here. And maybe, as you said, because Malaysia are just such a strong team all around, with Chiwi pulling off some ridiculous scores, even in the finals week this week, that maybe Japan is trying to incite some of these misses out of Malaysia to try and win on the combo game on a pick like this. Very short map, very miss-prone with all of these technical patterns.
And here we go with I'm Kidding. Again, the first pick of this entire match. The primary technical pick in this pool, I mean, the background already says it's tech. Anyways, another thing, they might be looking into maybe abusing Neo just a tad bit here. And that really depends if Neo will be maintaining that same 4 as well from yesterday. Kiwi and Koichi having a characteristic mistakes. Neo and Koichi trading another set of misses. Malaysia with the early lead.
Yeah, a lot of misses from both sides so far, but the main story here is mostly, well, Japan keeps missing, and also the accuracy right now. Chiwi holding 99.4, Neo holding 98.8, both players well above Japan in terms of the accuracy.
I do mention that this is actually a super risky pick to have early on. I mean, like, yeah, we did see Malaysia lose this exact map against China yesterday, but like you have to be wary about the accuracies pretty much.
Yeah, tech picks first. It kind of is a double-edged sword. You do have that potential that your opponent is going to find some misses slip up on some of these patterns, but as we can see, the same can happen to Japan themselves, and they are tripping up a little bit more than Malaysia is on these tech patterns. Another miss coming in from Mayanjo Koichi. That's going to be Malaysia with quite a significant lead, and the map is already starting to wind down. Neo finding a miss now. That's going to help Japan out.
But the lead is still pretty sizable. If anything, Japan really needs to step up on that accuracy game pretty much, and also really limit those mistakes. Kiwi still holding on to what I think is still a full combo. It's just Kiwi being Kiwi at this point.
Yeah, no, Chiwi did miss very early on in the map, but since then, it's been perfect. And that's going to be Malaysia taking a breakpoint really early on in the match. The accuracy being dominant from Malaysia's side here.
Now let's see what Malaysia is going to be putting up as their first pick, which we do presume will be LN.
Yeah, this is Chiwi difference right here. 981k, just so high above the rest of the players. The other 3 players all holding really strong, around 99%. But just that one outlier in Chiwi is enough to make the difference here. And it's going to be Malaysia actually going for the hybrids first.
Good way to do the first pick, I would say. Maybe trying to gauge whether they could start going on. Actually, no. Maybe going for the LNs. Maybe they think that it might not be safe to do it just like right off the bat. Maybe try to gauge what they could do and then just plan on what's coming up next. And
Yeah.
Sana going in for Rain Lily here.
Yeah, and Sana's definitely been playing most of the kind of the hybrids and the LNs for Japan. But I think this pick in particular is kind of a pick in relation to the scores that are known from both these teams. Both teams actually played this one in their respective matches, and Malaysia did get the highest score overall. So a bit of knowledge there. Maybe Malaysia just not wanting to pick LN just yet, since Japan didn't really play any of the LN maps in the last match.
And here we go. Well, we'll have to see whether let's just say Malaysia is able to show up with their consistency yet again. Like accuracy wise, they should be able to overpower Japan for the most part in these hybrid picks. It really depends if Japan is able to improve what they did against the US earlier today.
Neo finding the first miss. That's going to be advantage to Japan, but Mayanjo Koichi finding a trade miss right back. So back to Malaysia's side using this accuracy lead that they have. Chiwi once again at the top of the accuracy.
Malaysia immediately pulling ahead. Kiwi and Sana the only full combos left in this multiplayer room. Well, Koichi did have a few consecutive misses over there, and essentially, Neo is pretty much well above in Koichi's accuracy here, and Sana trying to make sure that they get that advantage to their side. Koichi unfortunately though dropping their combo.
The combo drops have been fairly even. I think both sides have had just about the same number of combo drops, but we can see the accuracy department. Neo and Ensana fairly similar accuracy, but Chiwi and Mayanjo Koichi, this is a big gap right now. Chiwi is still 99.71, and both Japanese players finding misses there.
That's a little bit unfortunate there for Japan, but they have to keep their heads down and just keep playing. Koichi unfortunately finding yet another drop here. Kiwi and Neo doing well enough to maintain that lead on their side. Kiwi obviously being Kiwi here, just maintaining still that full high act full combo.
Neo finds a pretty
Neo, that's
messy miss.
That definitely messy indeed, but Insana kind of trading some of them.
Yeah, and the important part is Neo has kind of held combo for long enough, and this accuracy is still above both Japanese players. And Chiwi is increasing the accuracy 99.7. This is going to be 990k. This is 990k from Chiwi.
Yeah. 991 even.
Oh my god. And we were questioning just before, you know, if Chiwi is still in the form that he was before. I think he definitely is. That is a crazy score.
Well, you gotta just hand it to Chiwi. They're pretty decent at the game.
Yeah, they definitely know how to hit some of those notes. And, you know, Neo as well, managing to tie and even beat both of the Japanese players. So it's looking fairly strong right now as far as the match situation goes for Malaysia. Japan are going to have to try to look for a pick that they can gain some kind of advantage on. And it doesn't look like the hybrids are very good for them. So I assume they'll go back to one of these Rise picks. I think the Chord Stream might be the way to go, but no, they're going for Cross Soul.
Going for the mixed Rice pick here. Though it does make sense that they kind of want to avoid maybe the Chord Stream picks just for now. I mean, we saw what both Malaysia players are capable of on it.
Absolutely.
Really coming in again for Japan here, which we are kind of expecting pretty much whenever we see these Rice picks come in.
Yeah, most of the time for Japan, it's been kind of Rain Lily and Ensana just switching out for each other, depending on whether it's Rice or LN for the most part. We do expect to see the same two players for Malaysia for pretty much every map here in the finals week.
We are seeing only Kiwi with no mirror mod here. Just for the information of everyone who was new to Osimania, the mirror mod just flips the playfield. Essentially flips the playfield, and there are no score multipliers for it.
Yeah, so it really doesn't change the difficulty at all. It's just sometimes you have a little bit of a mind block, or maybe some patterns just a little bit hard for one hand to deal with.
Anyways, as we do expect, Japan will be getting the early advantage here. Unfortunately, Koichi is saying otherwise, giving Malaysia the lead. Neo did trade, but it's a fairly clean drop though.
Well, now it's Neo and Lily both, Rain Lily both trading misses here. It's Chiwi that's the only one holding the full combo still, and that's going to give Malaysia a little bit of an advantage.
Fairly short pick as well, so Japan has to pick up the pace here if they want to keep up.
The accuracy on My Angel Koichi is not looking too good either. It is raising pretty quickly, so they should be able to get back up to that 99 to try and match Neo's accuracy here. But, I mean, we don't really need to say too much, but Chiwi is still in another massive score. Neo finds a drop now. It's going to shrink this lead just a bit. My Angel Koichi trades.
Let's try not to mention that one player for the meantime, just so that we saw an awesome score. Anyways, Rain Lily trying to actually pretty much keeping up with the accuracy game as well with a 99.6. Neo finding yet another drop, and Koichi trading those. Actually, 2 consecutive misses from Koichi.
No, I actually don't believe this accuracy from Chiwi. I'm not even going to comment. We'll wait to see the score at the end, but
We'll wait.
A fairly large score advantage in My Angel Koichi and Neo both trading. Rain Lily missing as well. That's going to be big advantage towards Malaysia as we're getting towards the end of this map.
Yeah, the patterns really get super abrasive here, but like there's still one substantial score that we're seeing here. Just pay this no mind, pretty much.
I want to see this ratio because that was like a 99.85 at one point from Chiwi. That's about a is that a 1 to 10? No, 1 to 6 ratio. 13 200s.
Yeah, Chiwi kind of tanking some accuracy near the end, but Like not enough to break that full combo, however.
Yeah, Rain Lily close behind with a very strong score of their own, but just Japan as a whole not able to make up the difference that Chiwi is making.
Now again, it'll be Team Malaysia's turn to pick.
Malaysia
Well,
still has 2 more hybrids if they want to go to it. They still have 4 more LN picks. They want to go for those. It's going to be the hybrid, it looks like.
maybe trying to exhaust that for the most part. Maybe going for the full hybrid. Actually, I think we could call it tic tac toe for the meantime.
Connect 3 down the bottom there. And this is one that was actually banned against Malaysia from China, so we haven't seen Malaysia's scores on this one just yet, but Malaysia do know Japan's. So they do have the information. They would be confident that they can beat this then if they're picking it so early in the match.
Well, anyways, while we're still in a very short break in the okay, they're going for the MP settings. I won't do what I did last night. Well, anyways, here we go with Hybrid 2.
Another one of these hybrid ones. This one's a bit longer, 3 minutes long, so the accuracy is going to play an important factor here, and we have seen Malaysia has been very strong so far in the accuracy department. We'll see if Japan can keep up in this pick.
Really depends also on that latter half of this chart as well, where everything just picks up in density and abrasiveness, which again, like most of these charts, do follow that theory pretty much. Anyways, here we go with some of the opening patterns done. Malaysia with the early act advantage. Both Japanese players also carrying above 99% and still within striking distance.
Yeah, we do kind of expect at this point Malaysia is going to have a bit of an accuracy advantage, so Japan, they're going to want to keep the combos, but Ensana's going to be the first miss. That's going to give Malaysia a bit more of an advantage.
A bit unfortunate there for Ensana, but the good thing is that we are approaching the densest part of the chart. Neo finding a drop before that even hit. Japan holding on very well to their combos. Unfortunately, Ensana saying otherwise. Kiwi with that phenomenal high act full combo still. Neo finding yet another drop. Koichi dropping their own.
That's the full combos from Japan gone. Chiwi, the only full combo in the lobby once again. Ensana finding another miss. And this lead is growing steadily. All 3 players once again missing. That's 2 for Japan and only 1 for Malaysia though. So Malaysia are going to grow their lead even further.
Second break section here. Kiwi holding on very well, literally and figuratively. Neo actually having a better accuracy over both Japanese players.
Yeah, Neo, Koichi, and Ensana, all 3 of them were slowly kind of decreasing their accuracies over time, so that just kind of extended the lead even further, given that Chiwi just hasn't been dropping.
Yeah, and we're about to enter the second intense section in this chart. No one phased by those chord streams. Neo finding 2 drops early in the section, and Sana trading one of them. It's a fairly clean drop from Neo though.
We're approaching the last quarter. Right here, Japan are going to have to hold on to their combos, but both of them missing. Right as I say that.
And finding another set of a team drop. Pretty much a team wipe across the board for Japan. Kiwi just being Kiwi. Neo finding yet another drop, but I don't think any drops from this point even matter unless like there's some massive breakdown somewhere.
I think the damage just at this point has been done. Combo's now recovered from Japan, but it just seems like there's not really enough time to recover from this point lead, especially when the accuracy difference is this wide now. Chiwi still on the full combo, and he's going to get another one.
Let's see how only 2 100s, but a phenomenal full combo there from Kiwi.
989k. Not bad.
Yeah. Welcome guys to the Oceania 7K World Cup 2023 group stage featuring Kiwi.
Yep. Just gonna say, by the way, Chiwi's FC the last 3 maps in a row, and the first map he got 1 miss. He has missed once in 4
Yeah.
maps.
Yup.
That's not a finals map pool performance. That, like you said, that's a group stage map pool performance. That's before round of 16 performance.
Ooh, Japan opening the LN pools here. And we haven't seen a score from Japan on this one. So we'll see what Malaysia is capable of on this.
This is a very interesting pick. This one was banned against Japan, I believe. But so far in this tournament, Ellen has definitely not been Japan's strongest point. And Malaysia, we know, are very capable at LNs overall. We'll have to see how this goes out. Maybe when the LNs get this hard, Japan is able to hold on to the combo. And if they can hold on to the combo long enough, maybe hope for some misses on Malaysia's side. This could work out.
We'll have to see though if these alternating hand LN patterns are going to be tripping up any of the Malaysian players. At least that's what I would think Japan would be hoping for on this pick.
Yeah, this one definitely extremely hard map to be able to just hold on in terms of combo and accuracy in general.
Here we go with that first set of patterns here. Super close course here. Neo finding the first drop. So Japan, for the first time in this match, actually comfortably in the lead for like quite a decent amount of time.
And actually, we see the accuracy lead is not very far in favor of Malaysia either. Chiwi is being matched by Ensana right now. Manjo Koshi finds a miss, and that's actually going to give the advantage back to Malaysia.
And finding 2 consecutive misses in actually for Manjo Koichi. So Malaysia finding the lead on their end this time around. But there's still quite a lot of chart remaining. Japan just needs to continue with what they're doing, I would think, and maybe hope for some lapses on the Malaysian side.
Yeah, but this is definitely much closer as far as the accuracy goes. Still a couple of misses for Japan, 1 miss for Malaysia. They're fairly close in the miss count. Accuracy, Manjo Koichi finds another miss. Ensana finding a miss now. And that's a big act drop as well on Ensana's side.
Oh, Chiwi dropping their full combo. It's Neo pretty much the only substantial combo here, and if I do remember correctly, Neo was actually the one who was struggling in the Malaysian side on this very specific chart. But this time around, they're actually carrying the combo game this time around.
Yeah, combo and the ACK as well. Neo with the highest ACK in the lobby by a fair amount as well. But Japan are not too far behind. We still have just under half the map left. And if Manjo Koichi can just raise the accuracy back up a little bit to close to 99%, this could be fairly close in the accuracy department.
Well, this break section is an opportunity to get to that point, but not really that much of an act game from Koichi, and unfortunately finding a drop. Neo dropping their substantial combo here. Kiwi and Ensana trying to run with what they have right now. Kiwi, the second best accuracy. Neo with that accuracy advantage over all of these players in the lobby. Koichi finding yet another drop.
It seems like Malaysia just in general has stabilized since that start of the map with the few mistakes that we saw, and the accuracy from Chiwi is rising over time. This ACK lead is growing larger and larger in favor of Team Malaysia.
Well, Japan needs to find the reply at some point. Neo dropping their substantial combo at the end, but that won't matter. That is a very dominant performance there from Malaysia.
It was looking pretty good for Japan in the first half, though. They did hold it very close for a very long time, but just both of the Malaysian players holding on longer combos for a longer amount of time and raising that accuracy up higher. It is going to be 5 points in a row for Malaysia, 5-0, and Malaysia get the next pick as well.
Also, just noting, look how consistent the Malaysian scores are. Only 207 points, if my math isn't failing me, between Kiwi and Neo.
Definitely a close one there, but it's going to be an interesting pick right away from Malaysia, actually. So Malaysia have been winning on all of these hybrids, the LN pick, but they're going to go straight back to Rice. We're going to be seeing a quad stream pick for the first time here, and it's going to be Freedom Dive, Rain Lily in, of course, for this one.
Oh boy. Well, Japan going for the picks that they are usually expected to touch. If I remember correctly, this wasn't even played on that US match earlier today, but on that Malaysia-China match, on the other hand, we did see Kiwi getting a group stage score.
Yeah, Chiwi is out of his mind on these quad stream picks. We've seen some absurd scores from him, but I'm a little bit confused by this pick because as good as Chiwi is overall, I do think Rain Lily can score quite high as well and almost, kind of match Chiwi, or at least reduce that lead that Chiwi will give Malaysia. So I think if, Mindjol Koishi and Rain Lily can hold on to the combos, this could be a close one for Japan.
Yeah, if there's anyone that is capable of playing this as well as Chiwi, that would be Rain Lily and Neo finding a very early drop. So the theory here would be this might be more of a Neo versus My Angel Koishi battle. Because you would be expecting Kiwi and Rain Lily pretty much doing a lot of the legwork here.
But right now, a little bit of a better start for Chiwi here, and the Malaysian accuracy, it's going to give them a little bit of an advantage despite the really early miss from Neo. Of course, the miss was in the first 100 combo or so it's not going to matter a whole lot in terms of score. The accuracy is what's really going to do it here.
You're noting that Neo has higher accuracy than both Japanese players at the moment. Rain Lily, unfortunately, finding a drop here, and that would be pretty substantial. Mindja Koishi and actually Japan in general having a team wipe of their combos. Big Kiwi, Neo, unfortunately, finding a drop.
Rain Lily finding another miss. The accuracy still in favor of Malaysia. Mindjol Koishi and Neo, both with very similar accuracies. But right now, it's this, Chiwi difference. Once again, 99.87.
Neo isn't even doing bad. They're 99.5. And Malaysia is just pulling ahead.
Yeah, it's only been really the one miss. One or two misses from Neo. That's been the entire amount of mistakes from Malaysia. This accuracy is extremely strong from both players. And of course, Chiwi's still holding the FC, the only one in the lobby. This lead is slowly growing wider and wider. Japan have to hope for some mistakes, and Neo does catch a miss there. A little bit of an act drop.
Ooh, make that two act drops actually pretty messy. They're dropping Neo to 99.25 as we enter the densest part of this chart. Rain Lily unfortunately dropping their combo twice. Koichi finding two consecutive drops as well. Kiwi just,
And the combos, they're gone for Japan. There is no way they can capitalize on any mistakes from Malaysia now. And it's just too little too late here. Chiwi does find a miss at the end, breaking that full combo, but it's not going to matter as far as the point goes. And 1-200. Wait.
Oh my gosh. Don't say those 2-4 and 2 that were from the ending as well.
I think all of those bad judgments were just from that one pattern at the end for Chiwi. That was like a 99.85 or so accuracy just before that ending.
Yeah. How consistent are you?
Yeah, that was going to be like a 994K, I think, with that mess up. That is just ridiculous. And that is also going to be Malaysia 6-0. They're already on match point here. Japan are on their last chance in this tournament. They have to win 6 in a row, which is a very tough feat.
Now, what are you going to do? How do you reply to that?
Was a chord stream pick being won by Malaysia overall in terms of consistency. It's going to be Cryonics. Okay, so Japan, they're doubling down on these LN picks.
Maybe trying to fish from these mistakes, but Japan has to be on form really for being this bold with their strategy.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that they're not picking something like Sentimental Surge, even though Malaysia did win the chord stream pick just then. Both teams did play Sentimental Surge, and I think Japan were only a couple thousand points behind Malaysia in terms of team score. would be a very winnable pick, I would imagine. But here, we are going to be seeing Cryonics. We'll see how the LN density pick favors Japan in this one. And San are going to be switching in, of course.
No substitutions here from Malaysia. Malaysia have practically, like Kiwi and Neo have practically played what now? 7 plus 5, 12, 18 maps. Make that 19 just this weekend.
So here we go. One more point away Malaysia is from winning the match and securing top 3 in this tournament. Malaysia are going to look to start the comeback, but Ensana finds a very early miss.
That is not something if you want to mount a comeback, especially for the pick this short. Again, we're just like, what, 17 seconds above a TV size chart.
Yeah, definitely. Every single mistake matters here. We're seeing early lead definitely in favor of Malaysia. Even without that early miss, Ensana actually getting another miss. And this accuracy lead definitely in favor of Malaysia.
Neo and Kiwi pretty much just super consistent with their accuracies, pretty much. Koichi keeping up as well with at 99.3, and Sana being the only difference really between these two teams, and Malaysia just trying to pull just a bit more ahead, especially with another drop from Insana. Here we go, final section of this chart pretty much. Malaysia really stretching that lead with their 2 full combos. Koichi with their still maintaining that full combo of their own, but man, if you're Japan right now, you should be hoping for a breakdown from both Malaysian players at this point.
But it's crazy that we still have 3 full combos this late on into the map. We're in the last quarter already, and I mean, there's not much you can do if Malaysia gets a double FC like this. Now that's 2 of them gone. Mindra, Koichi, and Neo breaking the full combo. Ensana missing as well, but that just favors Malaysia.
Endings, and that's pretty much it. Malaysia will be sealing their ticket to the losers bracket finals and will be tangoing with South Korea next weekend with a sweep of Japan. Japan unfortunately having to say goodbye to the tournament, but what a formidable performance by them, securing 4th place in the tournament.
And Chiwi ending it off with a 4th FC out of 7 maps. Kind of insane. Kind of ridiculous. But congratulations to Malaysia. They do secure podium position top 3 in this tournament secured. And they will be going up next week to actually verse South Korea in the losers finals, which is a crazy matchup. Japan, of course, they're going to end up in 4th position, just barely missing out on that podium, but they've done ridiculously well so far. As I said before, 3 upset wins for Japan and a tiebreaker win thrown in there as well. So they've done fantastically well as well.
Well, congratulations to Malaysia. Like, as I mentioned, they are part of the top 3 of this tournament now, and if I am not mistaken, for the second 7K World Cup in a row as well. So yeah, top 3 secured. It's just a matter of in what order it will be coming in.
Yep, definitely. We have this year a bit of a spicy setup for the grand finals weekend. It's going to be Philippines waiting in that winners bracket final, where South Korea being sent down to the losers bracket versus Malaysia to decide who gets that last ticket in the grand finals match. So those are going to be some ridiculous matchups next week, so you're going to want to make sure you stay tuned. But for now, we only have one last bit of stream for the weekend, and that's going to be in about half an hour, right on 12 UTC, I believe, is going to be when we will have the final map pool showcase of the tournament, showcasing that grand finals pool that these 3 teams will be playing next week.
Yeah, I mean, again, the Philippines securing top 2 immediately. Really just waiting for whether they are going to be seeing another match with Korea or another match with Malaysia, which we saw what happened during the semifinals. But again, harder pool, different circumstances, everything at stake.
yeah, we'll have to see who ends up winning because it's really anyone's game at this point. But make sure, stick around. We'll be back very shortly for that last map pool showcase. So until then, we'll see you next time.